I forgot to actually add myself here. Whoops. Wait, why am I in the middle? Oh, that's why I put myself in the middle last at the end of Family Comedy Detective Club yesterday. Why am I so away from my mic as well? Move that a little closer. There we go. Move myself a little bit over. There we go. I don't know what was I here. Just a little tap my. There we go. It's probably not even the right place where I was before, but it's close enough. It'll do. Anyway, welcome on into our last, I think last, I don't know. The pattern so far I've mentioned before in this game is that there's never been two investigations. There's never been two trials on the same case. Like previous games have always had, other than Edgeworth, of course, have had like an investigation, trial, and then maybe another investigation and a trial, and maybe only one or two cases in the game. In the other games, would have like just one investigation and one trial, or just a trial or something like that. This game has completely shot that all out. So now it's every single case has only been one trial. With a lot of parts to it, but still one trial. So I'm gonna lead to there only being one trial here. Which makes me think this is gonna be our final Ace Attorney, Great Ace Attorney 1 stream. Before we move on to the second one next week. Order, please. Let us resume proceedings. Shit, I need to do some recap, because I have been so busy, I forgot. You're suspected of killing you. You have tied also to, what's his name, Gilded. There's this whole thing about there being a mole. That's right. There's a whole thing about being a mole in the Supreme Court, which is what I'm thinking that's what Kazuma was sent over here to do. What else was there? These two guys shot at Sholmes and injured him, although he's kind of okay. Sholmes talked to her last night before she went off to Japan to see her sick father, which once again I think is a ruse. I don't know, it seems very suspect. And this guy does not like Japanese people and is super racist. What else was there? What have we discovered so far? We managed to turn the court back over to our side again. For the second time? Or was it the first time? I forgot. Order, please. Let's resume proceedings. Witnesses, you now would take the stand. What the fuck were we doing? See, this is why I don't stop at the end of a trial normally, but I think it was a long stream. And I knew I didn't want to have it be a longer stream last week. I presume you heard the defense's counsel's summation examination. Oh, yeah, Governor. I did, Gov. I did. Mr. and Mrs. Skulkin. Mr. and Mr. Skulking. I did that same mistake again. Core, blimey! Early in this trial, you gave the following testimony about your actions after you entered Winterbanks. Well, it was Bedlam soon as, weren't it? It was, Nash, it was. Didn't even have time to pull me dukes out of me Lucy Lockets. AKA, I didn't have any time to pull out my hands out of my pockets. Okay. However, that was a lie. You brothers. It's just two brothers. It's just two brothers. Core, blimey. On the night in question, you rifled through the items on the victim's counter. You never done enough of the sort. How do you figure that out? I guess you two are not on the same page right now, so you better get on the same page. You will now give formal testimony once again. You would tell the court precisely what happened on the night in question, and this time, you would tell the truth. Each lie that passes your lips serves to increase the severity of your punishment. And that, gentlemen, may deal a crushing blow to your chances of ever seeing the light of day again. A thought worth pondering, perhaps. Say no more, Gov. We hear ya. We'll blab, we'll squeak, we'll peach. Alright, we did knock a few things over. We weren't rifling for nothing. It was when we heard the gunshot, see? It's both jump and all that stuff, but flying. Lummy, it didn't give me a fright. He was thinking that shooter would come out of the door and get us next. But you have a gun! You had a gun! We stuck everything back where we found it and scuppered straight into him in the black. Couldn't have shot the palm breaker, see? We never even had a chance, did we? Okay. So you admitted the defense's accusation. Let's review this. When was that second picture taken? No contradiction there. You did indeed ransack Mr. Winterberg's countertop on the night in question. Oh, not ransack, Governor, no. That's right, Nash, that's right. It's more like we tidied up, yeah. Sorry. By their own admission, these brothers entered the pawnbrokery under dubious circumstances. However, they panicked and fled on hearing the gunshot, having first made good their mess. The way you say it, we hardly sound like bros at all. We don't, Nash, we don't. Can you make us sound a bit more cutthroat?
Hold it!
Gotta press everything, I think. If that's the case, then why didn't you testify to that effect in the first place? Well, you know, we ain't exactly squeaky clean, are we? We ain't, Nash, we ain't. If we admitted to something like that, people would think we was up to no good. Well said, Ringo, me old China. We only land ourselves in even more trouble. And in fact, now, as a result of lying in your previous testimony, that's exactly what you've done, landing yourselves in even more trouble. Ah, well, that's rotten luck. Witnesses, explain your actions to the court. Why did you ransack the victim's counter? We never ransacked nothing. Right, Nash? Right. More like we tidied the place up. Sorry. Didn't they just say that earlier?
Hold it!
So what you're saying is, the sound of the gunshot shot you so much you knocked all of the things off the counter. Well, it shot one of us that much, yeah. This bag of nerves needs to learn to keep its shirt on. Look, it was loud, right? Blimey, me dead granny would have woken up from that bang. Big Blavia screamed like a blooming baby and fell over on the counter. He knocked over a lot of books, a candlestick, and some skull whatnot. The stuff on the top right. Okay. That got tangled in some marionette. Okay. The doll, also on the top. What knocked over a picture frame, what knocked them scales on the floor. You really mastered working quietly then. What a racket. The gang would have had scared back into a grave at a clatter like that. So in short, the gunshot took you by surprise. And then some. I mean, it was quiet as a mouse, and then all of a sudden, blam. Interesting.
Excuse me.
Inspector Gregson, do you have something to add? Like I keep saying, I don't appreciate being lumped in with these scoundrels. Okay. No, something to add about their testimony? Excuse me. You seem to react just now at what Mr. Skulking said. Which Mr. Skulking, sir? Which Mr. Skulking? Did it make you think of something? It's probably nothing, of course. I wouldn't even bother to mention it, only... Well, the fact is, cases don't get solved if you ignore the little details. How about you just tell us what's on your mind? Stop stalling! As you know, we brought these fellas into the yard for questioning last night. And the statement they gave then told a slightly different story to what they're saying now. Did it? You claimed you heard the victim shout something out before the gunshot. Might have, Gov. Might have. Does ring a bell now that you mention it. Granted, it's only a minor detail, but still. I can't help feeling like perhaps you've been a bit sloppy with your testimony here, eh, fellas? If I discover the witness's testimony has been any more sloppy than it has hitherto proven to be, I should be forced to bring the very harshest punishment to bear against them. Easy, easy. We get it right this time. That's it, yep. It's all coming back to me now. Then speak. Supplement your testimony with whatever details have miraculously returned to your questionable minds, sirs. Right you are, Gov. Well, the gunshot, we heard a voice yelling out, "Give me that gun." Okay, so here's the thing. At the time of the murder, at the time before the murder, we'll do this. Well, can I do this and then? No, I can't. I have to press first. Okay, so. Okay, so. Gina has the gun. They hear, "Give me that gun." It would be him saying, "Give me that gun." Is what they're claiming. Okay. What's the name again? I forgot. Oh, Winterbank. I've been saying it like 5 times already today. So, in fact, you heard the voice and the gunshot almost simultaneously. We did, Gov. We did. Although, I suppose if you're being honest, we heard a kind of wavering voice before the yell and all. If you don't get shot, if you don't want to get shot, give me that gun. What? Kind of thing. And where were the voices coming from? Could you tell? Of course we could. From the other side of that door behind the counter it was. And the voice you heard, was it that of the victim, Mr. Winterbank? On my granny's life, of course it was. On his granny's life, of course it was. So, that would mean that you both knew Mr. Winterbank and the sound of his voice. Yeah, so that would mean what? What, Nash, what? Any ideas? Yes, Counsel, indeed it would. That's a good point. I didn't think about that. No. We didn't know the geezer. How am I supposed to deny it when the bloke and all the fancy cobblers giving us the evil eye? If you value your lives, you ensure your testimony is accurate and true. Oh, on my granny's life it is. Oh, on his granny's life it must be. To summarize then, immediately after hearing the voice of the victim, okay, you then hear the gunshot, causing you to stumble and upset the items on the counter, scattering them over the shop floor. You make it sound like we're clumsy. Don't forget we tied it up after like good little boys. Anyway, the way I see it, okay, there we go. I will just be presenting my coup de grace.
Objection.
I can use that word or that term properly. You're saying that on the night in question, the victim, Mr. Windenbank, was wielding a gun. Is that correct? That's it, Gov. You've got the picture. Yes, Nash, yes, no question. And yet the photographic evidence from the time of the incident clearly shows that Mr. Windenbank was not in possession of a firearm of any description.
Objection!
You surprise me. Does the defense really intend to highlight evidence that compromises the position of the accused even more? Ah. Furthermore, the defense has failed to establish that the photographic print presented was taken at a suitably short time prior to the victim's death. The chronology is severely lacking, counsel. Yeah, that's right. Too right, Nash, too right. The old geezer could have been about to turn the tables on the go, eh? No, I'm afraid this won't stand as conclusive evidence. What? Continue with the cross-examination, counsel, and heed my earlier warning, witnesses. What? A Skoken's never spoken. If I'm wrong, just penalize me with all this stuff. Don't have to...
Hold it!
Fucking shit. You're saying that Mr. Windenbank had a gun in his hands. Oh yeah, bet that was a sight, eh? Them two waving them guns at each other. Must have gotten pretty heated. I mean, just before he shouted out, we heard the geezer say, if you don't want to get shot. Didn't really sound like he meant it, mind. More of an empty threat, yeah, you could say. Mr. Windenbank was known to keep a revolver on his shop counter at all times. People say that to protect the articles in his keeping, he'd readily put a bullet in someone's head if required. That someone being himself, of course. Good grief, extraordinary devotion indeed, if alarmingly misguided. Well, he certainly sounded like he was ready to pull the trigger the other night. Only the person he was gonna shoot beat him to it. Cooked his goose proper. Bet he wished he'd squeeze the trigger instead of wasting time shouting, "Give me that gun." And it was directly after those words that you heard the gunshot? It was more or less at the same time, Gov. Give me that gun. Bam. Kinda thing. Every time. And then we heard the sound of someone hitting the deck before everything went dead quiet. After that, we done a slapdash job tidying the place up.
Hold it!
So, you didn't try to open the storeroom door then? Not on your life. It went deathly quiet after that, it did. But the wind right up me. But anyway, the door was locked, weren't it? No way that was opening. Yes, of course. It was locked from the inside, or so we've been led to believe. It was, Guff, it was. Inside. Right, so we had no way of knowing what was going on in there, did we? Unless there was some other way to get a view of the inside of the storeroom. Like, through the keyhole, or a spy hole, perhaps? Don't ring no bells. Don't light no lights. Yeah, to cut a run before he knows anything like that. We're still counting our teeth in this game, see? But one day... we nearly cut the mustard. Please, cut it out. But as we know, behind that door was the victim's lifeless body. with the accused not 2 feet away. To confirm, would it be correct to say that neither of you set foot inside the storeroom? That's right, Gov. That's right. Couldn't have, even if you wanted to.
Hold it!
Yes, whereupon you fired a shot from your own gun at Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Oh, yeah, we was a bit hasty there. We was, Nash, we was. Truth be told, I was already shaking like a leaf when you lot turned up. If you're shaking like a leaf, don't put a loaded gun in your hand. Good advice, miss. Good advice. Truth be told, my mind went totally blank. Before your mind goes totally blank, make sure you don't have a loaded gun in your hand. Meant a note made, miss. After that, we legged it down the street, but apparently we looked dodgy to the coppers or something, so they clapped the derbies on us like winking. The fuck does that mean? And after you've been handcuffed, okay, I guess that makes sense. The police found this revolver in your possession, correct? Well, yeah. But listen, that proves it, didn't it? Eh? Uzi?
Hold it!
And why should we believe that? Eh? What? Well, because it's true, isn't it? The place was totally empty when we went in. At that time, the victim was already in the storeroom, having been forced to open the door by the accused who had the gun to his head. In other words, on the night in question, these 2 witnesses never even laid eyes on the proprietor of the pawnbrokery, Mr. Winterbank. Correct? You've got it, mister. Down to a T. What is it, Bruno? You look very fierce. I could pour you some herbal tea if you're tired. Oh, thank you, but I'm fine. Being such a logical thinker, you'll probably laugh, but I feel as though these brothers are still hiding something important. There's nothing more than a feeling, though. I have no proof to support it. Well, feelings can be very logical at times. Sorry? People's expressions, the movement of their eyes, the words they choose. You can take all that in. And your brain will quietly analyze it to come up with a feeling like you described. You've concluded that there's something suspicious about this testimony without knowing why, that's all. I think you should trust your instincts. Iris, thank you. In the back, not the front, in the back. Okay, that's Horn. If he was shot in the back. Okay, well, if he heard someone saying, "Give me that gun," then he must have been looking at the gun. If he was looking at the gun, his back couldn't have been turned. Do I present the evidence of his back, him being shot from the back? Was it the crime scene photograph or Winnebeck's gun? No.
Objection.
Fuck. Hmm. All right, go down the list. All right, I'm beginning. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna put that on this again. Okay. I'm gonna Hail Mary this. And do my other option I thought of.
Objection.
Fuck me. Okay, well I'm here already, so let me look at this. I got this wrong. Well, look at these. Incident due to a single bullet from the back. The autopsy report also says that too. My logic makes sense, but my reasoning does not. Like, it's clear, right? Like, the guy was shot in the back. Why the fuck would we be saying, "Give me that gun," yelling that if he wasn't looking at the gun? And the way, oh, yeah, I'm stretching for a sec. Oh, jeez, oh my back. Oh. Speaking of backs, there we go. The way they mimed out the attack of his death, we'll say, was that he was lunging for the gun and then got shot. The fuck is wrong?
Hold it.
Alright, I had to think of it this way. I cannot present evidence on things that were construed. The reason that we change press statements is because of the fact that, you know, or add to press statements is that we present evidence that directly contradicts what they're exactly saying. Right? So, with that, Okay. So statement, I say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Statement 4 makes sense. Statement 6 makes sense. Based on what evidence we have. Statement 5 may make sense unless we present the photographic proof to be like, oh, you didn't move everything right back into place. Right? Well, I highly doubt that. That's some bare bones shit. Okay. This one, we have nothing to prove that that's not what happened. We don't. He could have said, give me that gun, right? Just before the gunshot, he could have said anything. We weren't rifling for nothing. Okay. Okay. This is the one. This is the one. What? I don't understand what is wrong with this picture.
Objection!
Defense has failed to establish that the photographic print presented was taken a suitably short time prior to the victim's death. So what is wrong with this? Why couldn't he have fired? Hmm. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold up. Hold up.
Hold it!
I'm using this so I can look at the court record again. You can clearly see the curtain's been moved. Hold on. You son of a bitches.
Objection!
Fuck! Fuck me. Well, at least I get full health back. Oh my god. Sit through all of this. Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty. Guilty. Guilty. Innocent. I mean, guilty. Okay. Alrighty. Try from this scene. Yes, we'll try from this scene. Give me my health back, please. Okay.
Hold it! Hold it!
Okay, go on. Continue.
Is that right?
Excuse me.
Okay, go back. Continue. What did you say? A little bit of a difference in testimony. What you heard before. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. 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 All right, so here's my issue, right?
Hold it!
It's pressing this. If I can get them to say that he got shot from the front. To summarize that, immediately after hearing the voice of the victim, you then heard the gunshot, causing you to stumble, upset the items on the counter, scattering them over the shop floor.
Hold it!
Okay. There's also such thing as ballistic markings at this point in time, I believe, so we can't just be like, this gun came from this bullet, right? That happened at 1 a.m. Well, it does happen at 1 a.m. clearly the door was moved. Not the door, the curtain in front of the door was moved. I never caught that before until just now. But what does that mean, though? Can I use it? I can't use it. Great. Everyone loves pressing buttons. It's a natural part of humanity. Can I, like, use it? I thought maybe I can, like, use this to look at the photos or something. I wish I could combine evidence. That would be fun. It doesn't make any sense. Shot in the front. It's so damn annoying. They're making it look like he got shot in the front, and I know that he has not. We have autopsy report and a picture, so like we can't, but we can't present information on that because it's not presentable information. Well, it's not a statement that we can present on. God, it's annoying. Okay, was that the first picture?
Objection.
Okay, no. Alright. Alright, no, nothing. Alright, cool. Shit. I think this should be easy in Chuck K. It's like the only two pieces of evidence, I mean, only two statements that are new after we like press them and everything. Oh, these two statements. Well, not these two. These two. I don't know. The autopsy report, which is the same information as the fucking photo. Okay, no.
Objection!
Oh god. Oh fuck, don't tell me I messed up. Hold on. Hold up. What's the other? Give me that gun. Do you mean...
Objection!
Oh, okay, no, it's not this. Okay. Back to my old habits we go. The save scammer returns! Did it ever present Winnipeg's gun on this statement itself?
Objection!
What the fuck? How is that not relevant? How would you know he's holding a gun? Because he doesn't have a gun in his...
Objection!
Oh god. There we go. How would you know he's holding a gun if he doesn't have... If you can't see that he's... You say he was holding a gun, but he wasn't holding a gun in the picture that we have of him. So you're saying... God. That took a lot. Now, the night in question, the victim, Mr. Windenberg, was wielding a gun. Is that correct? That's it, Gov. You've got the picture. Yes, Nash. Yes. No question. And yet, photographic evidence obtained immediately after the incident clearly shows that Mr. Windenberg was not holding a firearm of any description. You what? Gordon Bennett, that ain't right.
Objection!
There can be no question that the victim's revolver was used in the incident. I would remind the court that Mr. Windenberg's gun was found at the scene. Not only was it identified as the murder weapon, but it was found in the accused's hands. Yeah, that mod teller used the victim's own gun to finish him off. Give me that gun. Kind of thing.
Hold it!
Stay exactly where you are, right there. Eh? If the crime had taken place as you've so colorfully described in your testimony, it would give rise to an undeniable and significant inconsistency that we have pointed out for the past 15 minutes in the final moments that you just acted out. Goodness, are you sure, counsel? Oh, I'm fucking sure. You intrigue me, my learned friend, but let's see some evidence to support your claim. Where's the proof that demonstrates this inconsistency in the witness's portrayal of the victim's final moments? We have two, but let's be more exact.
Take that!
According to the testimony, the witness claimed to have heard the shot of "Give me that gun," followed by the gunshot. Indeed, with the two events happening almost simultaneously, or so we've been led to believe. Yes, that's right. Now, if that testimony is true, it would mean that at the moment of death, the victim and his attacker would have been facing each other. However, in the autopsy report, it clearly states that the victim died instantly after being shot from behind. Ah. So, as I stated before, there is an undeniable inconsistency in your testimony, Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. But, it's the God's truth. It is, Nash, it is. When you were shot that night, the shopkeeper had a gun in his hand, and we saw it with our own bleeding eyes. Did I hear you right just now? You actually saw Mr. Winterbeck holding a gun? Something like that might have slipped out. Uh-oh. Even Von Sykes is just like, oh, you fucking idiots. Ladies and gentlemen, you have all just heard the admission by these two witnesses. That on the night in question, they actually saw, with their own eyes, the victim wielding a gun. Which can only mean that despite their testimony to the contrary, the Skulkin brothers must have encountered the victim in person. Nash, okay. I can fuck with this revelation. Order! 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 Witnesses, explain yourselves at once. Well, the thing is, it wasn't supposed to, It would seem that my previous warning fell on deaf ears. I made it quite clear that false witness would be the death of you. Am I to understand that you replaced the untruths of your original testimony with renewed lies? Ever so sorry, Governor. Truth is, see, we, Cut it out, Nash, cut it out. If we blab now, you know what he'll do to us. Let me make your position here perfectly clear. You will talk. There is no other option available to you. Ruff, come on, the game's up. But we have our guts for garters. I guess it hasn't quite sunk in yet. No matter how hard you try to hide it, the truth will come out. There we go. That's some classic shit right there. Some classic AA shit. On the night in question, it is now apparent that you brothers met face to face with the victim. A man that you testify again to explain the precise circumstances under which this meeting took place. Well, do we have to? Yes. On pain of death. I suggest you make yourselves fully aware that this is your very last chance to tell the truth. What eye-opening thing are you gonna say? Alright, so we just got inside the gaff and heaved a sigh of relief when the geezer showed his mug. Give me that gun, he bellowed, and then he flew at us like he was possessed. We thought he had it. What old geezer, the block was strong as an ox. He chucked me over the counter. I pulled my gun on him, and then he legged it through the door into the back room. We never had nothing to do with killing him. That's all what happened, I swear. What the fuck is the order of events then? So you're now telling us that moments before the victim was killed in the storeroom, you in fact encountered him in the main part of the shop. Well, yeah, sorry. Well, we find ourselves at an interesting juncture. This changes matters considerably. But honest, Governor, this time, Nash, this time, we ain't got nothing more to hide. Very well. Counsel for the defense, you may proceed with your cross-examination. Yes, my lord. Man, this guy looks so goofy. That hood always looks so goofy. Alright, let's go. When you say geezer, I presume you mean the victim and proprietor of the shop, Mr. Winterbank? Who else? Sorry, I mean, that's right. We was keeping a close eye on the entrance to the gaff, obviously. If I thought no one was gonna come out of the back room like that. The back room being the pawnbrokery storeroom? Yeah, that must be where he popped up from. The only place it could have been. So it would seem the victim was already in the storeroom when these brothers entered the premises. Which means Ginny must have been in there at that point as well. But that doesn't make any sense, does it? Gina had threatened Mr. Winterbank into the storeroom. Oh, welcome on in, Lepties. With her at gunpoint. Hope you're having a good day. Then why would he have emerged from the same room all alone when the brothers arrived? Oh, I don't know. Did you see the accused at the time? What, that mall teller? Couldn't tell ya. No way, Cobber. We had bigger fish to fry then. I mean, the old Jesus just lost it.
Hold it!
You mentioned that Mr. Winterbeck shouted those words in your previous testimony, too. However, you claimed that you heard him yelling them on the other side of the showroom door. Oh, did we? But the truth is, he was shouting those words at you, wasn't he? Well, yeah. Was the victim Mr. Winterbank leading a gun at the time? Was he ever? Blimey lummy, what a great ugly barrel you had, pointed straight at me frontispiece. So what you're saying is, you definitely saw Mr. Winterbank with a gun at the time, is that right? It is, Gov, it is. Spot on. All of a sudden, he came at us, he did. It was bedlam. I don't know who was going for who. You were clearly all going for each other. Like Nash said, we thought we'd had it. I mean...
Hold it!
Something's up with this. Yes, I know that you mentioned the counter in your previous testimony, too. Well, how am I doing? I'm doing fine. I had a long day yesterday, but now today has been very chill. And I had a lot of problems doing some back-end stuff with VTubing, but today I have solved majority of them. So I get to finally chillax. No stretching. Oh god. Oh, my back again. The one thing with these headphones is that they're kind of heavy, so they make my neck and back hurt a little bit. Oh, and hydrate. Oh, thank you. My water's over there, but my G0 is right here, so I'll use this. What's he did? Alrighty. Not sponsored. Yeah, you knocked over a load of books and candlestick and some scroll and whatnot. And right now I'm just going through the last, I think the last part of this game, the Great Ace Attorney game. I'm trying to finish off this trial. And yeah, finish off this game so I can start the second game of the duology next week. And if I complete it, by the end of this year, I've completed my goal, which is to play all Ace Attorney games. Yeah, this is the last trial of the first game. I've complete all the Ace Attorney games in 2 years. But to be fair, I mean, the first, 5 I've beaten before. Well, and then first 5 in the spin-off I've beaten before. So I had to only play one new, let's say the 6th game, and the second spin-off, and the first one of this spin-off, and the second one of the spin-off to complete all of them. But still, I played through altogether 6 of the mainline games, both Edgeworth investigation games, and now almost all of this first game of the 2. And all I have after that is the Professor Layton and Phoenix Wright game, but I don't think that's ever get imported to PC or Switch. Which I do have that. I do have that on my 3DS, and I still need to play that at some point, but I'll probably save that for a later time, off stream. Now I'm gonna find out something else I want to do with my Tuesdays. There's only 3. I play Ace Attorney like games, like Tyrion Cooper, but other than that, there's only 3 games that I can think of maybe that will fit the criteria for Trial Tuesdays. I got tangled in some marionette would cause over the... Okay, we talked about this before. So in fact, it wasn't the sound of the gunshot that shot you and made you knock those things off the counter. Well, Big Bluff here went flying over the counter like a gunshot, I can tell you. Then the old geezer pinned him. Wait, You talking about this fucker? He was a shy, demure man. What the heck? He did, Nash. He did. If he hadn't been there, the bloke would have flattened me like a blooming pancake in seconds. The time in question, the alarm was raised at the local police station via a secret cable from the pawnbrokery. There was a button under the counter used to activate it, which was presumably pressed by the victim. That happened the other day. Poor Mr. Windenbank. He did everything he could to protect his shop.
Hold it!
Okay. Were you intending to shoot Mr. Windenbank? No, never. I was just, you know, threatening him with a gun. Looking up from above, weren't I? He was being flattened, don't forget. By a man whose shop was being burgled, yes. And then, the man fled into the storeroom where you were forgetting to kind of put on a slight voice for him. And then, the man fled into the storeroom when you pointed your gun at him, is that it? Yeah, that's it. He shoved me away, and then went off with that door and shut himself in. Yeah, hold up. I wonder why Mr. Windenbeck went away into the storeroom. What? Well, according to what everyone's saying, Ginny was in there waiting for him. He looks so flustered. Yeah, these guys have been lying from the skin of their teeth since they've been on the stand since I started playing today. Plus, last week too. Ginny allegedly used Mr. Windenbeck's gun to threaten him and force him to open the storeroom door. In which case, how did the gun end up in Mr. Windenbeck's hands again? I have no idea, but that is strange, isn't it? Look, the point is, me and my bruv here. That's right, Nash, that's right. Me and my bruv here.
Hold it!
You say you had nothing to do with it? Nothing at all. Nothing, Gov, nothing. The old geezer went and turned himself in the back room, didn't he? Locked it was from the inside. We know it was because we tried to open it. But it's a decent door, that one. Wouldn't budge an inch. So in the end, the situation remains unchanged. Inside the storeroom with the pawnbroker, there was only one other person. The sole person who could possibly have shot the victim. The accused, Miss Gina Lestrade. It would indeed appear so. What say you to that, counsel? I might play this because of Van. Oh, everyone. You're the second person I've had come in and be like, oh my gosh, Van Sykes. Although that other person actually has played the games before, and I was like, I always come back to see Van Sykes. He's a cool looking dude. Trying to think. Was there anyone else apart from Jenny who could have possibly shot Mr. Windenbank? Couldn't he have just been shot from the door? Mr. and Mrs. Skulkin. Yeah, what? What's that look for? From the moment you admitted that you encountered the victim face to face that night, the course of this trial changed completely. It did? What is your point, my learned friend? The question we must answer is, who could have shot Mr. Windenbank? That is the belief of the defense, that the defendant is not only the possible answer at all. You have my attention. In that case, let us return to this plan of the premises. The victim was killed in the storeroom, which was locked from the inside. Those are the facts. So pray, what other possible answer to the question of who shot the man could there be? Counsel, you must now provide answers to the court in respect to 2 conundrums. 2, my lord? Oh, fuck me. Okay. Indeed. Namely, from what location did the culprit shoot the victim? And furthermore, where was the victim at that time? Oh, fuck, I was right! Okay. I see where we're going. Holy shit. Okay. Easy peasy. Lemon squeezy. Let me get the shit open. Alrighty. Lost room mystery. Clearly Gina couldn't have made the shot and killed him. There's only one problem with this, and that's how the gun got in her hand. But we don't need to figure that out yet. But we do have an answer as to that. Okay. So, he comes in, sees the brothers, he attacks them, they pull the gun, he flees, drops his gun, gets into the storeroom, puts his body against the door, right? Puts his body here. Okay, use this as a little marker, as like a mouse. Put right against the door right here. Then, the small guy, right? We know for a fact that there is a small little opening right here in a flap, because that's how we saw that Gina and Winterbank were in the first place, so you can shoot through that window. He was murdered from the bottom, right? So all you have to do is prove that this guy, the short one, perhaps either stayed where he was and shot from the window, from the opening spot on the door that's present right here, and maybe use the stool. Can I prove the stool has been moved? I can. But it's possible it could have happened. Okay. Understood, my lord. Are you alright, Uno? I'm not entirely sure, but there's one thing I'm sure about. I can prove that there's a credible new alternative to what happened. Doesn't mean this is actually what happened, but it's a possibility. It would change Gina's prospects hugely. So now, time for some clarity. So the court on this plan the answers to the questions posed by his lordship. We believe someone else could have killed the victim, indicate from where that person could have fired the gun.
Take that!
The defense believes the culprit could have shot the victim from this location here. And in answer to your second question, assume the culprit fired from the location indicated, where was the victim at the time. Right here. I'm back on fucking track. The culprit shot the victim from outside the storeroom. Continue. Mr. Winterbeck died instantly from a bullet wound in his back. Looking at the stain of blood on the storeroom floor, it doesn't appear that the body was moved after the death, which tells us that he was almost certainly shot while he was in the storeroom. However, the crucial point is, where was the shooter when the fatal bullet was fired? So you are adamant the shot was fired from outside the storeroom? Well, according to the Skulking brothers' earliest testimony, Mr. Winterbeck ran away through the door. We have to assume that the door was open at the time. Ah! It was at precisely that moment when the victim was fleeing for his life that the brothers had the perfect opportunity to shoot the man in the back once he was inside the storeroom. Also, I mean, okay, that works too. That theory works too, but I like my theory better because it's more complicated. I did think about the fact that maybe they shot him while he was running in there, but I was like, that seems like that'd be way too, I don't know, not complicated. But then again, this game has been very not complicated in its murder mystery aspects. In fact, in hindsight, this game has been very not complicated and very simple when I think about it. Like, it's the things that you like, oh, something must have happened. Like, someone got killed because of this. It's like, oh no, it was an accident. Twice accidents. Come to think of it, do you remember what the prosecutor said at the start of the trial? Poor man shot while he was running fast as he could to safety. She's his height. She couldn't have shot him with a diagonal shot unless he was on the ground. Ah, of course. He would have been leaning forward as he was running away. Oh god, you're right. So even if the bullet was fired horizontally, it would still have entered the body on an upward trajectory. I didn't think about that. So the culprit isn't necessarily someone shorter than Mr. Winnebank.
Objection!
I'm sure my learned friend can't have forgotten, but the storeroom door was found closed and locked from the inside. You claim the victim was shot as he fled into the room. Do you also claim his corpse was dexterous enough to turn the key in the lock? But what if someone else locked the door? Yes, there was someone else who could have locked the storeroom door. Is that so? Very well then, counsel. Present your hypothesis to the court. In the scenario just described, the defense's assertion is that the victim was shot from the outside the storeroom. In which case, who shot and locked the storeroom from the inside? The person who was inside there already. If you would see someone running in and they got shot from behind by two guys running around the corner, would you let them come into the room with you? No, you fucking would not. Obviously, the person who locked the door was the only other person inside this room at the time. The defendant, Miss Jean Lestrade.
Objection!
That's absurd. You're suggesting that the accused deliberately engineered the sealed room? For what possible reason? Thieves! With guns! In storeroom! With her! Two dudes! They just shot the person that she was talking to. Why the fuck would she not lock herself away? Such actions only serve to tighten the noose around her neck. She's a 17-year-old girl. She's not thinking about that shit. I'm inclined to agree, I must say. Well, counsel? Yes, that's a tricky one, that, isn't it? What are you talking about? It's easy as fuck! Are you kidding me? Half-baked notions have no place in my courtroom, counsel. Remember that, please. But of course Junior would have locked that door. It almost goes without saying, doesn't it? How does anyone else not see that? Come on, thank you, Iris. It does? Well, if I was Junior in that situation, I know I would have locked the door as quickly as I could. I mean, those two burglars had just fired a gun in her direction, hadn't they? Yep. Before the two brothers arrived, Mr. Lestrade and Mr. Winnebeck were in the storeroom together. Now, I don't know what went on between them at that time, but at some point, Mr. Winnebeck must have heard the intruders breaking into his shop and left the storeroom. Intruders, eh? That's us, bruv. If your theory is correct, that would leave the accused alone in the storeroom. Yes, it would. Then, probably only moments later, the victim fled back through the storeroom door, hoping to escape danger. Hit in the back by the bullet, Mr. Winnebeck fell to the floor where he was, just inside the storeroom. What we have to ask ourselves now is, what would the defendant have done in that moment? I see where you're going with this. Outside the storm was a terrifying killer who had just murdered Mr. Winterbank. As soon as that thought struck Miss Lestrade, she slammed the door shut and locked it, in order to save her own life. Come on now.
Hold it!
But I mean, we ain't the ones who done it. We ain't, Gov, we ain't. You gotta believe us. I mean, come on, we never shoot no one.
Objection!
Bullshit, you shot Sholmes! That's blatantly untrue. I know for a fact that you would. Because before my own eyes, you shot Mr. Holak Sholmes. There is only one logical conclusion here. Mr. and Mrs. Skulkin, you brothers had every opportunity to have the true perpetrators of Mr. Winterbank's murder. Where does this leave us? You mean to say it wasn't the pickpocket who shot the pawnbroker after all? I should have known it was those three brothers. Look as shady as a dense forest. That was amazing, Runa. Okay, here we go. Van Sykes is gonna come forward in a couple of seconds, probably, and he's gonna be like, okay, I can't believe that's a cool theory, but here's one thing that you haven't accounted for. The gun. The gun was used, and the gun was in her hand. So he's gonna be like, surely that bullet and no other bullet was found on the scene, so the bullet would have had to go somewhere, so it had to end up in the victim. The bullet must have come from the victim. We don't have ballistic markings at this point in time in the setting, so they can't just do a test and find out that came from the wrong gun, right? So he's gonna be like, that gun and that bullet must be matching, because they only have one shot fired from the gun that the thieves have, which means that your theory does not stand. Unless you can prove that she shot the gun and not at Mr. Winterbank, either prior, during, or after this incident, then it makes no sense. How did she get a hold of his gun? Yeah. That makes sense. What? No. Wait, no. How did she get a hold of his gun? No, that makes perfect sense. What if after he came in with his gun, died, she grabbed the gun and then passed out from panicking? Holy shit, that's easy. Because if he comes being like, why does she have the gun? Oh, but then we had to prove where the bullet came from because the brothers only have one bullet be fired. He's gonna come at us being like, this gun was only fired once, and they only had one firearm on them. There are only two guns right now. One of them had to be a bullet that shot a guy, right? And we have this guy here, the bullet in him, and then we have a bullet here. Whose blood is this? The green blood. Unknown. If it's Sholmes's, then we're fucked. Then we're grade A fucked if that's Sholmes's blood. God damn. Because if it's Sholmes's blood on that, then that's the bullet that they fired and shot the guy with. And then they did fire that bullet at Sholmes and shoot him. But if it's not Sholmes's blood, then the bullet came from something else, which would mean what? Well, we'll cross that in a couple of seconds. Well, we'll cross the prosecutor being a prosecutor in a couple of seconds. Other members of the jury seem to be firmly on your side now. I know, first time ever, and probably the last. Well, I think you've done it. Surely they have to give a verdict of not objection? Oh, he's not even saying objection. Oh, fuck, this is scary. An admirable effort, my learned friend. You find the situation amusing, Lord Van Sykes? I myself find the defense's argument most persuasive. I dare say. Such chicanery is the bread and butter of the street performers in your provincial eastern nation. But such blatantly malicious conjuring tricks amount to nothing more than inexcusable pettifoggery here. Alrighty, word of the day, everyone. Time for us to get our word of the day. Pedophile. A lawyer whose methods are petty, underhanded, or disreputable. One given to quibbling over trifles. That looks like a noun. Okay. The act of quibbling over trivial details or engaging in petty legal trickery. Wow, it's very specific to the legal area. What? The hypothesis you put forward is so ostensibly, credibly cannot and will not stand. Because, you see, it contains a fatal flaw. A fatal flaw? Do you mean to tell me that you're unaware of your logic's failing? I say, Lord Van Sykes, might be an idea to explain this Bali conjuring trick or whatever it is to the troops on the ground, The fatal flaw of my learned friend's argument is really very simple to understand. The gun. Assuming you're not too dim-witted to count bullets. Yep! You may be smarter than Naruhodo, but you're not smarter than me, Van Sykes. I call that shit a mile away. By George, count bullets? Oh dear. He noticed it then. And Iris noticed it too. Huh? Counsel. Yes, sir. Tell the court how many bullets were found at the scene of the crime. Two. 2 bullets. Correct. The first, that which hit the victim in the back, ending his life. And the second, that which struck the detective, Mr. Kolak Sholmes, on his arrival at the scene. Indeed. The defense presented a picture showing the damage caused by the second bullet early in the proceedings. The bullet which injured Mr. Sholmes appears to have passed through his body to strike the calendar. If that's his blood. Your lordship's understanding is correct. Furthermore, we know that there are 2 firearms involved in the incident. The revolver belonging to the victim, Mr. Winterbank, and the Skulkin Brothers revolver. The evidence shows that a single bullet was fired from each gun. Yes, indeed it does. A single bullet from each. Now then, my learned friend. You yourself told the court only moments ago that these 2 brothers shot Mr. Kolak Sholmes right before your eyes. Yes, I did. Oh my goodness, I think you'll find that if the single bullet was fired from the brother's gun hit Mr. Sholmes, it means Windenbeck not shot by same gun. Stop. Only 1 bullet. Stop. Exactly. Yes, this Nipponese street performer presented an ostensibly credible argument. However, it was never anything more than a diversionary trick with no hope of standing to scrutiny. To be fair, it wasn't necessarily diversionary. It was just, like, not good. Good theory, though. I also thought about it for a second, too, but yeah. Order! I mean, the only way that this would make sense is if they shot him with the gun that was his gun, then tossed the gun inside of the room, and then she grabbed said gun, like I thought was happening earlier. All you need to do is get the gun, is have him drop the gun, have him shoot him with his own gun, toss that gun inside of the room through that open door hole thing that they have, right? And then have her... the door hole! They made a big thing about talking about door holes at the beginning of this game, but beginning of the case. Oh my god. It is going to be something about that. Pray, forgive the discourtesy of flinging the dregs of this hollowed nectar into the public gallery. Pray, forgive me for fucking doing assault on someone by tossing a fucking wine bottle into the innocent bystanders. Lord Van Sykes. But this court needs to open its eyes. The accused, Miss Jean Lestrade, is no ordinary little girl. Despite her young years, she can, regrettably, no longer be described as a juvenile. No, the person in the dock is far from a law-abiding citizen. She has a past riddled with criminal conduct. Bullshit! Just because someone's a criminal doesn't mean that you think that they're guilty. Oh, fuck. God damn it. The truth is, the accused broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question with oaths of intent. As you can see beyond doubt in this print, which depicts her threatening the victim with a murder weapon. And I have here in my possession one more piece of evidence the prosecution wishes to present. Oh, shit. The very day before the hateful murder of Mr. Winterbank, the accused attempted to make off with this article, which clearly doesn't belong to her. Actually, he asked her to pick up something that a coat which had it in it, so it kind of belonged to her, because he's dead, but whatever. And with none of the subtlety of a pickpocket, I might add, but by brute force and brazen impudence. Good gracious. Make no mistake, any sympathy for the accused on account of her years is misguided and dangerous. There are no depths to which this girl would not stoop if pushed, no crimes she would not commit. This is a character attack. There's no evidence that actually necessarily say that she's a bad person just because of these past things. The court forgets that fact at its peril. I see. I think it would be prudent to take this music box disc into evidence counsel as a grim testament to the defendant's character. Lord Van Sykes, oh, that music box has to do with the mole! Yes, Inspector. We had a meeting yesterday at the yard with the prosecution service, and, I think it was agreed this disc wouldn't be used as evidence. Oh gosh, he knows! So my going theory... Okay, so the whole thing is that it's been building up this whole entire game, right? It's not this shit. Okay, we don't care about this, even though it's our case. Ministry Mode. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Okay. Who has been suspicious in the Ministry of Justice? Maybe Mr. Strongheart? Who has been really much pushing us to find out why we came to England in the first place and what was the goal of our dear friend Cosima before he died. Some special mission he had. I don't know, Strongheart? Who was the guy who, on this third case, immediately was like, you need to go and make sure that McGilded gets off free. Or here, you're gonna be covering for that guy. Right? I don't know, Strongheart? Who is the one who had the fucking disc about who may have to do with the mole? We're about to find out. We're about to make a guess on him. I don't know, McGilded, who may have been working with Strongheart, who may be the mole. The prosecution also doesn't want them to find out because it's about the Ministry of Justice thing, and Strongheart's probably not on necessarily the disc, but the ministry still doesn't want people to find out more about the mole stuff going on because it may be hamper the investigations, or it's because they're corrupt themselves. So of course they're not gonna let anyone know. And he was like, yeah, we gotta make sure that we don't let that get out, you know. I'm unaware of any such meeting. But those were the instructions right from the top. The government bigwigs were insistent. Inspector, I am the prosecutor, and I alone determine how to present my case. And just with that, Van Sykes became our ally. Your warning is noted. Thank you. The prosecution wishes to proceed with submitting this desk as evidence, my lord. Indeed. Bailiff. The prosecution has established the accused's motive, opportunity, and basis of character. There is nothing more to add. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Yep, he was gonna say that. Await your informed decisions and rest my case. Are we going back to guilty? Well, oh, 2 of them were already guilty. So, this thing, you flip the other 6, the other 4. Oh dear. It wasn't even for 5 minutes, Bruno. My lord. I wonder if I might say something at this point. Proceed, Mr. Foreman. Been stumbling about in a bit of a fog up to now, if truth be told. All of a sudden, the answer is barely obvious to me and my men. There's only one thing for it. Here we go again. Very well, the court will hear from the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, you will present your leadings as the defendant's culpability.
Guilty.
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 Another summation examination. Oh my god. We have a consensus among the jury, it seems. When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Don't you fucking quote Holmes to me, you bitch! Hey, that's my line. I wrote that for Hurley. How dare he use it against us? Don't worry, Iris. I don't think we're finished yet. Wait, does that mean he reads Sholmes books? Is he a Sholmes fan? Very well. We will proceed with the second summation examination of the day. Mr. Foreman, are you and the other jurors ready? Gyaradim Squadron is primed and ready for action, sir. Very good. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have now determined the defendant to be guilty. Once a rogue, always a rogue, I say. Different breed to us law-abiding citizens. As only 2 bullets were found at the scene, I would say the whole case is done and dusted. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. You don't need a stereoscope to see the truth here. Every which way you look at it, it was that pickpocket. I never imagined that simple operation would cause me such grief. The accused attempted a theft on the previous day. I can see I'm in for a busy day ahead. I'm a ballistics expert. I've seen many shootings. There's nothing I do not know about guns. It appeared that there's little remaining room for doubt. I have to admit, I was rather bowed over by the argument put forward by the chap in black. But when that fell apart like a house of cards, I saw that I'd jolly well be hoodwinked. Well, no more. It's not fair, Iris. That prosecutor's being mean. Just because Jenny's done some things she shouldn't have done in the past, that doesn't make her a murderer. Allow me to savor this fruity vintage while I savor the spectacle of your fruitless debate on the matter. I'll make you choke on that fucking drink in a second, dude. Here's the truth coming out, eventually. That's enough preamble. Counsel, proceed with the summation examination. Okay, this is gonna be rough. Yes, my lord. Alright, we'll press everything, and then we'll go from there.
Hold it!
Just because Mr. Strahd has a history of pickpocketing, she must be guilty of murder. Is that what you're saying? Well, are all members of the British Army so quick to judge? I beg your pardon? Are you mocking Her Majesty's Armed Forces, the greatest military organization in the world? Oh, great. No, I'm simply illustrating my point. Making assumptions about people because they're a soldier or a pickpocket is wrong and dangerous. Well, yes, you might have a point there, I suppose. Let's not forget the girl had already shown that she had it in her before. She's clearly a criminal sort through and through. Can't deny it. When you say that she's shown that she had it in her, are you referring to this? Exactly. Tried to swipe that only a day earlier, or am I mistaken? Not exactly. I've never actually seen the real thing. I can't wait to have a closer look at it. Oh yes, of course. We still don't know what tune it plays though, do we? We should find that out. But I'd love to see how the original compares to Hurley's copy. Court record, court record, court record, court record! Court record! There we go. Blood. Oh, we should test the blood on this. This is blood. Wait. We know whose blood this is. Oh, fuck! It's gonna be the other guy's... Oh, fuck, I can't show it from here. It's gonna be that blonde guy. The guy who was pretending to be a... whatever. It's gonna be his blood. Which is gonna make the green... It's gonna go green. That's the main thing. This blood's gonna go green. Oh, fuck yeah! Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So here's where things get fun. If we prove that this is not Shom's blood, as I said before, it opens up a whole array of things. It means that this bullet here is not necessarily from the bad guys shooting at Shom's. It means that this is from another gun. Because it's not Shom's blood, because this blood was specifically taken from this guy. So at some point, this guy got fucking murked by... Oh my god. I'm seeing the vision. I just need to prove it. Two people, both of them have an interest in coming back into the shop to get something. Him trying to break in to get something, maybe. Her definitely to break in to get the manuscript. He tries to break in, right? He sees him, shoots him with the gun that he has, thus making the bullet be the bullet. The bullet that he has is, okay, yeah, so the bullet, he uses the bullet, because remember his gun, I'll go back to this, it makes it easier. The whole that point is, this gun was fired, right? And because it was fired, and there was a bullet in him, right? They made it think like, oh, like he was fired with his own gun, right? Now, here's the catch. What if this guy came with another gun? Because that's right. Because when this guy fled the scene of the crime. I remember that. With a gun in his hand. Or he threatened us with a gun before the police arrived. That's right. The previous day when we were like, oh, we had to give the disc and the coat to her. He was like, I don't think so, and then pulled out a gun. Okay, so he comes in with his gun. They get into a tizzy. He shoots him either he dies or is like, you know, just wounded. And that's the result. The result of that, of Windibank shooting that guy, is this. And then once we know that, we can use the calendar to prove it happened on that specific day, right? Okay. Now, in turn, this guy shoots Windibank, I don't know how, with his gun, and leaves with his gun, making it look like there's only two guns there, Windibank's and the brother's gun. Okay. Which solves the issue. It solves the mystery of the shouts, the bullets not counting up properly. Okay. So I need to find a way to prove that this guy was on the scene of the crime, and which means I need to prove that. Okay, I think I can do this. I can maybe do this. Maybe I can do this. We shall see. Because this is gonna be a hard test. Okay. All right. So. Right.
Hold it!
This is the number of bullets that has to convince. Only 2 bullets were fired. The 2 guns that fired them have been examined by the police. When the parliament asked me how many are invited for dinner, I always tell her to count the table settings. Although, yes, sometimes after dining, crockery does go missing. 1 or 2 guests rather like the fine china. Does your employer dine with thieves? So suppose, if there was another bullet somewhere of which we were unaware, I'd have to reconsider my position. Allow me to show you then the 3rd bullet.
Take that!
I don't suppose this would pass as the 3rd bullet. It passes for a bullet as much as you pass for a lawyer, my learned friend. In no way does it resemble a bullet. It helps you understanding of my last remark. What? What? I presented this. I presented the thing that has the picture. Let's actually try to find this 3rd bullet before we attempt that again, Runo. Are you fucking kidding me? Okay.
Hold it!
So if understood correctly, you need 2 pictures, left eye and 1 slightly different right eye one. Exactly, then you can see this scene in the 3 dimensions. Like this. So if we have 2 bullets, I don't suppose you can see anything useful with them? I think you'll find that no matter how much you squint, the truth of the situation always looks the same here. The only person who could have shot the victim is that girl in the dock. How could you be so sure of that? Think about it. The Skulking Brothers shot the great detective, didn't they? Yes, that's been mentioned once or twice. Well then, surely it's coming into focus now, isn't it? The only thing we could get is maybe they can be like, oh, this guy is the doctor. Because I said last game, I thought maybe this guy was the doctor who left. So this is the guy who was the doctor who operated on Sholmes. I couldn't think of why it would be relevant. Well, maybe I did think I say this back then. I can't remember. But maybe, just maybe, he's gonna be like, oh, we left the bullet inside.
Hold it!
Would you please stop muttering about things that have nothing to do with this trial, sir? Defendant's life is on the line here. Well, the thing is, I couldn't really say that it has nothing to do with this trial, to be honest. Huh? I mean, there's no question that the man was shot, but the bullet had simply vanished from his stomach. It's quite inexplicable, don't you think? I almost don't want to ask, but this surgery you've been muttering about all this time, you were operating on... Got him. What was the fellow's name now? Ehrlich? No. Hurlock? No. Airlock? Airlock Shrooms by any chance? Yes, good lord! It was that Hairlock fellow. What? You're the surgeon that operated on Mr. Sholmes? That's right, using the very latest anesthesia techniques, I might add. It's a fairly major op, I can tell you. Let me see, the fellow was brought in not long after midnight, if I remember correctly. They said he'd been shot by some criminal or other, so opened him up like a shot. But the funny thing is, I went over his insides with a fine-tooth comb and didn't find the bullet anywhere. So I'm afraid I had to throw up my hands and just stitch the fellow back up. Hate to state the obvious, but yes? Surely that's because the bullet is still at the scene of the shooting. The counsel for the defense is correct. It is clearly shown in this photographic print. Both of the Skulking brothers fired at Mr. Sholmes, hit him in the stomach region, then exited his body and lodged into the shop wall where the calendar was hanging by the door. I think you'll find it's really quite simple if you just consider the problem three-dimensionally. Ha, who do you think I am, son? There's no exit wound? Is what he's gonna say? Well, juror number 4 is about the best I can do. As soon as I saw the wound to the man's stomach, I flipped him over. There's no exit wound, isn't there? Like a pancake? Are you saying that you checked his back? Of course I did. And there wasn't a trace of injury. No sign that the bullet had left the body at all. Was he actually shot? Wait, maybe he wasn't actually shot? But if that's the case, what got him then? No, he definitely was shot. Then where'd the bullet go? What? That's the point. The only logical conclusion was that the bullet was still somewhere in the man's innards, which is exactly why I set about slicing him up. I'm still none the wiser even now. How many times do I have to say it? Can someone please explain how it happened? Can somebody please solve the mystery? It's almost as much of a mystery as how this jury was put together. You're telling me.
Hold it!
What do you mean, you in for a busy day? Forgot to say. Stop. Excuse me. Stop. I'm a communications officer. Stop. Communications officer? Does that have something to do with the sending of telegrams? Everything from personal messages written by members of the public to the latest news in the capital. Convert all the messages into Morse code and tap it out to the entire world electronically. To the entire world. Thousands of miles of cable under the sea. Stop. Worldwide communication network. Stop. Information transmitted to and from all corners of the globe. Stop. I specialize in communicating information from government departments and newspaper offices. I see. I'm sure I shall have to wire the newspaper reports of today's guilty verdict later. So no sleep for me tonight, I imagine.
Hold it!
I thought you were just a tourist. Good day. I'm visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take a bus to Crystal Tower, please. So, you're a ballistics expert? Who knew? I have much experience with guns. Ah. I have lived through many, how do you say? Extreme, violent bath of, no. Blood of, extreme violent bloodbaths, perhaps. Those. Stop squeezing the mouse, dude. Extreme violet bloodbaths. English is a very difficult tongue. You're telling me. Anyway, if you have questions about bullets and guns, you ask me. There is nothing I do not know. No mystery I cannot solve. But, if possible, please, only in Russian language. He's not very confident in his knowledge of English, though, is he? No, still, we should bear it in mind. I think I know where to go with that. When you eliminated the impossible, he said, but he hasn't. I'll get you an expert.
Objection.
Those two statements clearly contradict the idea that all I do is pit jurors against each other. A ballistics expert. Pitting. On the night in question, Mr. Sholmes was shot by one of the Skulking brothers. But since there was no sign of an exit wound on his back, we must assume the bullet didn't pass through him. However, no bullet was found lodged in Mr. Sholmes' body either. Furthermore, a bullet was found lodged in the wall of the shop where Mr. Sholmes was shot. Juror number 6. Hello, my name is Vilen. Pleased to meet you. There's apparent contradiction in the facts that is so clearly troubling juror number 4. Are you able to explain the mystery? I have seen a very similar situation in Motherland. It was night, there was blizzard. I was running along a mountain road in freezing cold. Golly! The snow was piling high on both sides of the road. It was very dangerous and narrow. I've switched the words, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. My pursuers had hunting rifles, and they were on dog sleds. I was shot from behind, and I fell down in snow. And the situation was very similar to what I hear today from Doctor. They could not find bullet in my body, and no sign of, how do you say, exit wound. Then where did the bullet go? Bullet never hit me. Well, if it never hit you, why did you fall down? Bullet hit frozen wall of ice very close to my side. What? Ah! One small piece, very sharp, broke away from a lump of ice and pierced my body. So I was right when I jokingly said maybe he never got shot. It made deep wound that looks just like bullet wound. Good gracious. Of course, a piece of ice quickly melted inside of me, and that is solution to mystery of disappearing bullet. But that doesn't answer the question at all. The shooting happened at a pawnbroker's shop, not some snowy mountain road in another country. Just an idea, but we might not be looking at exactly the same scenario here. Who knows? Where exactly was Hurley shot again? Well, according to the report, in his stomach. Sort of around this area, I think. Well, that's precisely where he always wears his little pouch on his belt. A pouch? Yes, a pouch. It's where he keeps 3 glass vials of very dangerous chemicals that he uses in his investigations. What? Doctor, where is the pouch Mr. Sholmes was wearing? Well, the fellow had nothing like that on his person when he arrived at the hospital as far as I remember. If I may. Lord Van Sykes. While I realize it is forbidden for the prosecution to interject during a summation examination, I should inform the defense that I have the pouch in question in the antechamber outside the courtroom. Sorry? As I understand it, when the police arrived on the scene and found Mr. Sholmes injured, they removed the pouch in order to assess the wound. Ah, thank goodness. Thought I was getting forgetful for a moment. Since it has been in my safekeeping along with all other evidence relating to the case. I can personally vouch for the fact that it has not been touched since the incident occurred. Very well. While extremely unconventional during a summation examination, I must demand the prosecution presents the item in question with all speed. Bring forth Mr. Herlock Sholmes' pouch. I see. So this is the pouch worn by Mr. Sholmes the night in question, is it? Look at that. One of the files is broken and the leather around it is scorched black. It's almost as if the file exploded. Exploded? So, that night, the bullet from the Skulking Brothers' gun struck Mr. Sholmes' pouch, and it was the glass file exploding that caused the fellow's injury. This bullet did not penetrate victim, but it was deflected into a wall of shop. Did it even do that? A delightfully complex aroma. Well, it would appear one mystery has been solved at least. Though it has no bearing on the truth of this case. You sure about that? The bugling and burgling brothers shot the detective, and the accused shot the pawnbroker. The pertinent facts of the case remain unaltered. But at least the mystery is solved. I can sleep easy tonight. Thank you, young man. Thank you very much. Glad I could help. Due to its bearing on the conundrum to solve, the court will sequester this scruffy pouch as evidence. Hurley's pouch isn't scruffy. It'd be funny if the description said scruffy in it. Now, the summation examination. It would appear the defense is somewhat struggling to alter opinion. Please, my lord. A little more time. Is there a bullet in the pouch? Got it. The third bullet. This, okay. I'm looking at the bullet right now. Oh, hold on. Wait, can I like open the clasps? Hold on. There we go. This is the turnaround. Okay, go back, go back, go back.
Hold it!
Speed forward.
Take that!
Literally called the third bullet. Here it is. We discovered it just now. Yes, on the night in question at Winterbank's pawnbrokery, another bullet was fired.
Hold it!
What in this is this new trickery, you Nipponese conjurer? Where did you find that bullet? It was lodged inside Mr. Sholmes' pouch. What? You didn't look at it. This pouch was removed from around Mr. Sholmes' waist before he was taken to the hospital, and since then it has been touched by no one. Do you mean to say the shot fired by the Skulkin brothers that night? Yes, as your lordship has surmised, it hit this pouch. But that makes no sense whatsoever. We already know the whereabouts of the bullet fired at Mr. Sholmes. That's what I thought too originally. It's clearly visible in this photographic print. Ah. 2 guns from the scene have already been submitted into the court record as evidence. Yes, that of Mr. Winterbank and that belonging to the Skulkin brothers. An examination of both guns revealed that only a single bullet had been fired from each. But that must mean... That's right. We now know that on the night in question, 3 bullets were fired. However, only 2 bullets were fired from the guns recovered from the crime scene, and until that incontrovertible inconsistency is somehow explained, we cannot and must not pass judgment. Ugh. You alright there, Sonny? Gave you a deafening blow? Order, order, order! If you had just checked, the inside to see the bullet, you would have seen that, but you were like, nah, I'm not gonna look at it. While this amazing examination remains incomplete, the court has been presented with new facts. Facts that would appear to shake the very foundations upon which the case against the defendant has been built. As is my prerogative in this situation, and you can't argue this, Van Sykes, because you're like, let's count bullets. And that's the reason why your theory doesn't work, because we have to count bullets. Alright, let's count some bullets. 1, 2, 3, bitch. This is what I got. Play your cards. Let's see your hand now. I hereby temporarily suspend the summation examination. By Jupiter. What? Bailiff, bring the witnesses back to the stand at once. You can do that? Oh my god, they're still sweating. Witnesses. Governor, were you listening to proceedings while the defense carried out the summation examination? We was, Governor, we was. Perhaps we could dispense with a tedious preamble. Simply answer this one question. A third bullet has been identified at the scene of the crime. What do you make of that? Make of it, Gov? I don't make nothing or nothing if I can help it. Is it one of yours? Go blimey, Gov. Go blimey. Not a chance. In that case, did you have an accomplice? What? Never. The Skokin Brothers work alone. Just the two of us. That's our trademark. Only 2 bullets. Only two of the bullets from the crime scene originated from the firearms we have in evidence. The third bullet was fired from another gun. Where is it? Lummy, that's a head scratcher. Counsel for the defense. Yes? I should like to hear your thoughts regarding these new developments. The third bullet, and the mysterious missing firearm from which it came. Okay, my lord, I think it's clear what this third bullet tells us about the Skokin Brothers. Boy, oh boy. Was that guy working for them? Or was he not? I think they had a secret accomplice. On that night in Winnebago's pawnbrokery, the brothers must have been working with a third man. Oh. Because they mentioned he earlier. That's right, they did. Oh my god, thank goodness I remember that. The witnesses are clearly doing their best to cover up the existence of this accomplice. But the evidence all points to the fact that there was someone else present, someone carrying a gun.
Objection!
An accomplice, you say? Pig squill. These protracted proceedings have already forced us to endure 2 summation examinations. Yet in all that time, there has not been a murmur of a third man. As apparently a wraith-like being exists. The court must be shown hard evidence. Without it, this fantasy would be crushed. The prosecution demands answers on 2 counts. Firstly, proof, evidence that this accomplice was ever at the scene of the crime. And secondly, who this person was, the identity of the spurious character. Yep. We present the calendar, we present the disc. Well, counsel. Ready to present answers. The defense is ready. I believe I can provide all the answers the prosecution demands. So, Nanipane's friend, despite the swimming eyes, you seem to think you have something to say. This promises to be interesting. So I have 2 options. In that case, counsel, I would ask you to present the evidence without delay. On the night in question, in the moments leading up to the death of the victim, what proof have you that there was a third intruder present at the scene?
Take that!
Whew. The evidence is right here in this portfolio. By Jove, that before there again, is it? Do you expect the court to rifle through your papers itself? Be more specific. You claim one of these blood samples proves the presence of the third intruder. Well, which one is it?
Take that!
That one? What am I looking at here? There's supposed to be some green paint or such like around the bullet hole in the middle of the calendar. That's a blood stain, my lord. A blood stain? Green blood? Curious, even for you. Is the court to understand that the intruder was some inhuman creature? It's something developed by Mr. Herlock Sholmes. My great detective. New invention. Stop. Not yet appeared in stories. Stop. It's this, you see. It doesn't have a name yet, though. This fogger, sprays a chemical that reacts with the different elements in people's blood to change its color. Different elements of people's blood? Yes, everyone's blood is slightly different, you see, because it's made up of different elements. So by seeing what color it changes to, you can tell in flash whose blood it is. Oh, that brings a whole extra dimension at looking at blood. Talk of blood in courtroom. Stop. Very exciting. Stop. As an example, this one shows the blood of the victim, Mr. Winterbank. Ah, a striking blue. Yes, so you see, the green color on this blood stain on the calendar shows that somebody else was shot on the main part of the shop. Now hold your fire there, young man. Could be from some unrelated incident, couldn't it? No, it's not unrelated. Because of the calendar date. The date showing on the calendar, yep, is the date on which Mr. Winterbank was killed. By golly. Therefore, we can assume that whoever was shot on the same day. Then whose blood is it? Well, the Skulking brothers in the stand don't appear to be suffering from any gunshot injuries. Which means it must be the blood of somebody else. The third intruder, in fact.
Objection!
Whose identity the court is still waiting to hear. Can't delay this any longer, my learned friend. Who is this alleged third intruder?
Take that!
The man's name is Egbert Benedict. Egbert Benedict? Who on earth are you talking about, counsel? He paid a visit to Winterbank's pawnbrokery on the afternoon before the incident took place, when the accused attempted to deceive the pawnbroker into releasing this article into her possession. That's right. The man identified by the defense, Mr. Egbert Benedict, then attempted to take the article from the defendant by force. Inspector Gregson was there at the time and can attest to what happened. In the end, it was the inspector himself who took the disc. Can you corroborate this account, Inspector? Yes, my lord. That's more or less what happened. And in the interest of being thorough, I asked Winterbaker for a print showing the fellow. Took it from one of his red-handed recorded gubbiness. And you claim this man was in the brother's accomplice? Well, Mr. Skulkin. Never seen that geezer before in my life. On my life, Gov. On my life, never seen him. Well, somewhat unsurprisingly, it appears our witnesses disagree with the assertion. I'm sure your lordship recalls my learned Nepalese friend's actual assertion, which was that he could prove the identity of the alleged accomplice. Yes, and I can. Then show us the evidence. I agree, we must see proof that the clean-cut gentleman in the photograph is the filthy criminal you say he is. Let's go. Let's talk about music. Are you ready to present your answer to the court then? Yes, my lord. Defense will present the evidence now.
that!
As I mentioned before, on the afternoon of the day in question, the defendant attempted, deceitfully admittedly, to reclaim this disc from Windibanks. This is when the aforementioned Edgar Benedict appeared on the scene, I believe. This man then attempted to prolong the article from the defendant's possession, no? That's correct, my lord. I myself was present at the time. I was following this that a minor incident occurred. Being a music box disc, it has countless small but sharp metal protrusions over its surface. Those protrusions cause Mr. Benedict's finger to bleed, and the resulting smear of blood is still visible on the disc now. Goodness, a blood stain, is it? My assistant and I have just analyzed the blood sign here in this very courtroom, using my trusty Foggerglun. Yes, and we added the results to this portfolio. I say, it's green! It's exactly the same color as the blood around the calendar. The evidence is conclusive. The man calling himself Mr. Edgar Benedict, who was in Windibanks early in the day, is the accomplice who was present at the scene of the crime that same night. So there's someone else there. Look at those two brothers now. They're sweating buckets. Who are we talking about? It's boiling in here. My lord, is the opinion of the defense that Mr. Edgar Benedict should be summoned to the courtroom to testify. It would certainly seem that we can ill afford to ignore this gentleman's apparent presence.
Objection!
This has gone on long enough now, this flagrant ignorance of the mechanics of law. Sherlock Sholmes, you say? Yes, I've heard the name. The protagonist of a series of short stories for the vocal classes, a guard of detection or so such. Or some such. And now you employ chemical substances devised by this fantastical persona. Yeah, I figured they'd do this in the highest court of the land. Do you expect us to take you seriously? The samples made of this plaything are not fit to be called evidence. So the blood stain turned a shade of green. What of it? Here's to you successfully proving that no other blood in the world could turn the same color. Yeah, I thought that too. Yeah. Well. And pray, do not even think of suggesting that we should take Mr. Sholmes' word for it. Now you're dragging Sholmes' name through the mud, asshole. I'm just remembering what Father Christmas over there said before. About how he was temporarily suspending the examination. Ah, in other words, the examination isn't over yet, is it? Good grief. What did you just say, young girl? And in summation examination, the decision as to whether or not the trial continues is in the hands of the 6 jurors, isn't it? So, the way I see it, doesn't matter what certain other people, Van Sykes, think of Hurley's invention. At least, not for now. Yes. Young lady, you have quite the devious mind. Really, it just comes down to one thing. Whether these ladies and gentlemen of the jury are convinced by what you say, Uno. Is that about right, would you say? Or did I misunderstand something? Why isn't she the fucking lawyer? Iris Wilson, sharpshooter. After that shrewd precise of the situation from an entirely unexpected source, it must be acknowledged that the previous summation examination has yet to reach its conclusion. This is absurd. No, it's the law, which you specifically said that we have to follow and abide by in terms of how we do our things. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court now looks to you for your final leadings in this matter. As proud citizens of Her Majesty's Britain, I'm sure you will come to fair and just conclusions. So then, state your final decisions in turn, please.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
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 Not guilty.
Haha, get fucked. 2 call guilty, 4 call not guilty. Such is the outcome of the summation examination.
Objection.
My lord, with all due respect, this is an outrage. What kind of kangaroo court is this? The prosecution refuses to accept this decision. On what grounds? If these jurors are persuaded by some half-baked concoction devised by a pretender to real police work, they are too ignorant to be trusted with the judgment of anyone's guilt. I'm sorry, Lord Van Sykes, but the outcome of the summation examination cannot be ignored. The trial will continue. Nevertheless, we find ourselves in a rather awkward situation. The defense has very reasonably requested the subpoena of a new witness. But sadly, I fear that would be impossible. What? The name the gentleman gave for himself, Edgar Benedict, is quite clearly false. Could I say something? Who was that, please? Who spoke? It was me, my lord. What have you to say, madam? If possible. Inspector. Me? Ma'am? I wonder if you might show the photographic print to me again, the one in which the gentleman is shown. Ah, right. Yes, this one you mean. Mr. Benedict? Is that your boss? Yes. There's no doubt in my mind. Juror number 5, you don't mean to say you know this man? Yes, I know him. What? No. Good gracious! Order, order, order! Juror number 5, how on earth... I'm a communications officer. Stop. As we can clearly see, the gentleman in the photograph is... Stop. Also a communications officer. Stop. He works in my office. Stop. Is he blushing? Very talented operator, in fact. Stop. Oh, he should be in communication station now. Stop. Tapping away at the telegraph. Stop. Oh my god, she is blushing. Suppose we all imagine the accomplice would be some sort of hardened criminal. It's a bit unexpected to find out that he has a respectable job by day, whatever he gets up to at night. Yes, I suppose that's it. The gentleman is at London's communication station. Oh, we should be able to subpoena him within the hour. Lord Van Sykes, if you please. Yes, my lord. Make the necessary arrangements with all haste, as your lordship bids. The court will recess for 1 hour. When the new witness arrives, we shall reconvene to hear the gentleman's testimony. Inspector Gregson. Yes, my lord. I'd like to hear from you specifically about events at the pawnbroker on the day in question. Come to my great chambers during the recess. Yes, sir, my lord. Very well. Court is adjourned until 1:40 p.m. Well, it is not 1:40 p.m. here. Bum bum bum. To be continued. Okay, save here. I'm gonna take a little break to use the restroom, and then we'll get right back in it. Okay, we're back. Also grab myself some brownie bites. Hmm. Yep. Ooh, that's good. Getting some sugar in my system. Ah, Gina, how are you holding up? Ginny! Are you alright? Why aren't you saying anything? What's the point, eh? Why go to all this trouble and fight so hard for the likes of me? What? Well, you saw it. That picture. What picture? Ah, you mean this? The photograph taken by Hurley's red-handed recorder? Well, I didn't think it would have captured in a scene like this, that's for sure. It's hopeless. Anyone who sees that's gonna think I did it, ain't they? Well, I won't pretend it wasn't a bit of a shock when the prosecution first presented it to the court. Surely you've gotta have your doubts about me now. You can't still think I'm innocent. Well, of course I can. Ginny, why don't you talk to us? Tell us what really happened that night. Eh? Uno's cleverly managed to piece together a lot of new information, but still, we'd really like to hear it from you. Alright then. It was after we had a dinner together at your place, right, Iris? And we all had a chat up in your office, didn't we? Yes, I remember. After that, I just couldn't get to sleep. So I slipped out and went down the street to the 2-to-1, to Winterbank's place. I had to know. If Iris' story was there or not, down to Baskervilles. I don't know what's it about or nothing. But if you ask me, there's something about in it that Sholmes doesn't like. Something what he don't want other people reading. So that's what he lied to Iris about sticking it with Lug with Winterbank for safekeeping. At least that's what I thought at the time. So you broke into Winterbank's? I just had to know if it was there or not. I mean, I had to know at all that was gonna kick off, did I? I struck the lock and snuck inside. It was dark as you'd like in there. So I gave the oil lamp in the counter a bit of wick. And that's when... What do you think you're doing? I nearly died, I did. Next thing I knew... I'd grabbed the gun off the counter and was waving in the air like, I don't know what. Ah, you're the girl who was in here this afternoon. I think pickpockets were in for armed robbery. The mantle script. Have you got it in here? Did Sholmes leave a load of papers with you? A story. I beg your pardon? The Hound of the something or other. If it's here, I want to see it. I'm sorry, young lady. But I'd sooner die than relinquish an article belonging to one of my customers. I don't want it. What would I have to do with it anyway? I want to see it's here, that's all. Oh, you want to see it, do you? I want to know if Sholmes really pawned it here or not. Please, just let me see it and I'll go. Oh, very well then. But for pity's sake, stop waving my gun around, would you? So then the old cove unlocked the storeroom door, and we both went inside. It was there, alright, the mantle script. Sholmes weren't lying after all. We did all that just to check for me, Ginny? Anyway, then there was a bit of a kick-up out in the main bit of the shop. The Skulking brothers arriving at the scene, yes. What was that noise? Someone's breaking in. Dear me, is there some burglars convention here tonight that I don't know about? I think I forgot to shut the door behind me, sorry. I'd better go and take care of it. Could I possibly have my gun back? Oh, well, I'll come with you in. Now don't be foolish, young girl. You must stay right here. Don't leave this room under any circumstances. And with that, he took the gun out of my hands and walked back out into the shop. Hung back in the storeroom, like he said, straining my ears in the dark to hear what was going on. It sounded like they got into a bit of a scrap. I started to think I should help, see? So I was just about to go out the storeroom myself when... 2 gunshots? 2 gunshots. How'd I know? I heard a couple of shots go off. 2, I think. Almost at the same time. And then there he was, right at my feet, lying face down on the floor. I was right next to the storeroom door, so I slammed it shut and locked it quick, like as you like. Because you thought whoever had shot Mr. Windermere might come for you? Yeah, so I went to grab the old cove's gun. I figured I'd put up a fight at least. But when I got a better look at him, I knew. Winderbank was a goner. I felt funny in my head all of a sudden, kinda dizzy. And after that, I don't remember nothing. That must be when you passed out, Gina. If I hadn't done what I had done, the old cove might still be alive. Did you tell the police everything you just told us? Of course I did, but they didn't believe a word of it, did they? All they said was, if I kept telling lies, it'd make things even worse for me. It'll be alright, Ginny. Don't worry. Just stay strong a little longer. Bruno's about to put the real culprit through the mill. You're goddamn right I am. That Cole that was there in the afternoon? That Egbert Benedict? Get it. We're gonna put egg on his face! Simon Barry looked at me like I was nothing. He was there that night. We don't know his real name yet, but I'm convinced that he's involved somehow. Anyway, thank you for telling us what happened, Gina. I appreciate your honesty. You what? You can leave it all in Reno's capable hands now, Ginny. Well, half capable. Mr. Odo. Yes? How come you trust me? I don't get it. I mean, have you forgotten what happened before? Come on, it was only 2 months ago. Are we still talking about this? Me and McGilded, we told you a whole pack of lies. And you got the bog trotter off with him, even though he was a killer. No, I could never forget that. Oh. Still, don't forget that I also made you a promise. I told you that I'd be on your side to the bitter end, no matter what. But what if I'm lying? You could be working to get another killer off the hook, for all you know. I was once in your position, Gina. I was the accused in the trial. You were? Before I left Japan, I was accused of murder. And strange as it might sound, the circumstances of the crime were pretty damning. I was sure that no one would believe it wasn't me who'd done it. Oh, Bruno. But there was one person who stood up for me, who believed in me, and was prepared to defend me. My best friend. The OG! The coolest guy on Sesame Street! Oh, Ryunosuke, no one believes you more than I do. Leave this to me. All you need to do is put your faith in me, and I'll do the rest. I was so happy, I cried. But even then, somewhere inside me, I couldn't help thinking, surely he doesn't really believe in me. Not completely. But I was wrong. As soon as my trial began, it was obvious that he had an absolute unwavering belief in me. And in turn, I developed an absolute unwavering belief in him. Since then, I came to realize, if you want someone to believe in you, you have to believe in the other person first. Believe in the me that believes in you. What are you saying? I promise you, Gina, that no matter what happens, I almost said believe again. No matter what happens, I'll keep believing in you. So you don't need to worry. I won't let you down. Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down. Even though I'm a diver, I'm a no-good liar. You're not like McGilded. I know that. Eh? That's right. You're our friend, Ginny. Iris. We know you better than you think. And we've come to the conclusion that you're someone we can trust. Yes. That's really all we need to know. Exactly. Mr. Naoto, Defendant Gian Lestrade is your legal representative. Court proceedings are about to resume. Please head into the courtroom immediately. Yes, of course. Thank you. I've been both a defendant and a defending lawyer in my time. So has everyone, okay? Get in line. Apollo, Phoenix, Edgeworth, they've all been defendant and a defending lawyer before, so I knew only too well just how hard it was to put all your faith in another. And I also knew just how hard it was to bear the burden of another putting all their faith in you. I hereby call this court to order as we resume the trial of Miss Gina Lestrade. Lord Van Sykes, have you successfully subpoenaed the witness? The subpoena was delivered to the communications station where the man works immediately, my lord. However, the heavy rain has delayed the arrival of his carriage, it would seem. I see. Let us turn our attention to Inspector Gregson's precisely the case heard by the court this morning. The glaring omission of the third bullet in your report is a serious blunder, Inspector. Yes, I can only apologize, my lord. And although the defense's chemical analysis of the blood at the scene makes for a compelling argument, I cannot permit such untried methods to be used as evidence in my courtroom. It's a big mistake to cross Hurley and me, a very big mistake. My lord, the subpoenaed witness has just arrived in the building. Thank you, officer. Show him to the stand without delay. Four people on the stand, let's go. Thank you for complying with the court's subpoena at such short notice, sir. But of course, my lord, as an upstanding member of London society, it's my pleasure to oblige. My man, not only did you threaten us with a gun, you also fled the police. You are no upstanding member of London society. Now, kindly state your name and occupation for the record. Ashley Graydon, Communications Officer. Mr. Gray and I both work at London's Central Communications Station. Now, perhaps somebody would kindly explain what all this is about? You were apprised of the situation by the court officer on the way here, I presume. Yes, I was. Something to do with a murder that took place at the pawnbrokers on Baker Street. And some nonsense about me having been there on the night in question. Why don't we just... This is a weird thing to say. Why don't we just strip his torso and see if he's got any blood? Or exit wounds or injuries? That is the accusation, indeed. This is really beyond a joke, you know. Very well. Without further delay, the court will hear your testimony now, Mr. Graydon. You will respond to the accusation made against you under oath. Fucking JoJo character. Gladly, my lord. Gladly. Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time. But are you seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into the place on the night of the murder? I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation. If certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene. Some Scaramouche detective's homebrewed tincture can hardly be mistaken as serious evidence. So, you deny the accusation completely, do you? I must say, I'm dismayed. The highest court in the land to be swayed by the self-professed detective's toy. It was the will of the jury, and our great British justice system demands the jury's will is upheld. And it would seem we have the misfortune of the most inept assembly of jurors today. Uh-oh, by golly! How long am I expected to be detained here? If, following the defense's cross-examination, your involvement in this matter has not been established, you'll be free to leave immediately. Good, then I shall be away in time for afternoon tea. Some small consolation, at least. I must not hold up Mr. Green any longer than necessary, counsel. proceed with cross-examination. So, we meet again, Mr. Eggert Benedict. Or is it Mr. Graydon? My apologies, you are? Ryunosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer. We have met. If you say so. Ashley Graydon, Enchante. So. I trust we can conclude this quickly. Oh, the hat came off. That's like him throwing the glove.
Hold it!
Okay. Yes, we even met in a very pawnbrokery where the crime took place in the afternoon of the day in question. Though, of course, you introduced yourself by a different name at the time. It was Mr. Eggert Benedict, I believe. Tell me, what made you... The witness is here to testify about events that took place that night. He is under no obligation to answer such unrelated questions. You can't be serious. Thank you, because I certainly do not feel inclined to answer such an inappropriate question.
Hold it!
Have you seen these two men before? Do I have evidence of... I don't have a picture of him. Fuck, okay. Have you seen these two men before? This pair? Look at them looking away like, we have nothing to do with this. No, I don't associate with criminals. I'd like to know who I have to thank for this. Who made this outlandish accusation against me? The young lawyer there in the black. This is a farce. Whose idea was it to permit an outsider to work in a British court anyway? Well, needless to say.
Hold it!
Where were you at around 1 in the morning on the night in question, sir? That is past the hour at which I would normally retire. Certainly. I was not in the company of these rapscallions. Rapscallions or rapscallions? I guess rapscallions. You're able to prove that?
Objection!
Listen carefully, my learned Nipponese friend. For you appear to be under a gross misapprehension on this point. What do you mean? The witness maintains he was not at the scene of the crime. He has no obligation to prove his absence. If the accusation is that the witness was present at the scene, the obligation lies with you to prove your assertion. You will fulfill the obligation before putting any more unreasonable questions to the witness.
Hold it!
Blood was found at the scene of the crime. There's no question of that. Mr. Storm's chemical analysis has positively identified the substance as such. But I'm not the only human to have blood running through my veins, am I? How can I be sure that the blood is mine? It could equally be the blood of one of these two miscreants. Every individual's blood has a slightly different composition, it seems. Mr. Storm's chemical is able to differentiate different samples by... Spare me the science lesson. Who is this Sholmes character, anyway? Oh, I assumed all Londoners would know the name. He's a great... well, he's a renowned detective. So even you are unable to bring yourself to say great detective. A great detective, you say? Tisk. Now we're in the realm of fairy tales, are we?
Excuse me!
Take a bite of my food before I say this. Oh, wait. We're good. Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Skulkin? Hmm? What? Me? No, the Mr. Skulkin next to you. What? I've had it up to here with this. How many times have I got to tell you? Yes, I know. You're not Big Bruv Sulky. Mr. Nash Skulkin. Yeah, cool. Blimey, Governor. You what? It's not the case that when Mr. Graydon just spoke, a thought went through your mind. Would you care to share that thought with the court? My thoughts? I don't know how many of them. Must have been him. You what? Mr. Nash Skulkin, answer the question, please. What through your mind when Mr. Graydon just spoke? Nothing, honest, Gov. Nothing. I was just thinking. If he waves his arms around like that much more, it'll open up the wound again. That's all. Oh, you fucking idiot! You glorious fucking idiot! Bought in by your own fucking... First off, how you know he has a wound? Second off, he has a wound? Huh. What a coinky-dink. What wound? Well, he took the bullet, of course. It was only 2 days ago. Ain't gonna be healed up yet. Oh my god, this fucking guy. It's like Christmas and my birthday all wrapped up together to give me a nice little present. Well, Christmas and my birthday all together in one day so they can give me a nice bunch of presents. And all these presents add up to one big present. And that big present is this fucking idiot just making my case. So I was, well, you know, I was worrying for him and... Oh, L's bells. Mr. Graydon, did you hear that? What? Your comrade is worried about you, it seems. On account of your injured arm. My lord. Yes, Mr. Graydon? I've had no idea what these two wretches are talking about. Certainly, it shouldn't be expected to answer anything in relation to their mindless insinuations. We know that someone other than the victim was hit by the bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago. From the height of the bullet hole in the wall, that person was likely hit in the upper arm or thereabouts. Perhaps you'd allow a court official to examine your arm, sir? The left arm that you're currently clasping with your right hand as if in pain? No, I refuse. You have shown no evidence whatsoever that links me to these common thieves. Accordingly, I'm not obliged to permit any such invasion of my privacy. Okay, I mean, as I've already said, I'm completely uninvolved in all of this. I've never had anything to do with the pawnbrokery where this fellow was killed whatsoever. I take offense at the insinuation that I was in any way involved. You claim to have nothing whatsoever to do with Mr. Winterberg's pawnbrokery? My lord, the defense would like that last statement to be added to Mr. Graydon's formal testimony. Very well, counsel. Continue with the testimony, Mr. Graydon. Is this the one that he had? One small box, 10 shillings. One gentleman's overcoat, £1. He had the thing. But where's the actual thing that shows that he was there? I know he's lying. Hold on. Never had anything to do with it? You forgot that I was there, Mr. Graydon, on the very afternoon of the incident. Obviously, I'm not a complete stranger to the pawnbrokers. I'm currently on the lookout for an armchair to furnish my study.
Objection.
No, you were there to redeem an article. I have no idea what you're talking about. Yeah, okay, that's what I fucking thought. The police were there too. Do you have something to add, Inspector? Eh? Come again, Sunshine? You were there too, in fact, weren't you, Inspector, that afternoon? Well, yes, I do remember meeting yourself and the pawnbrokers that afternoon. You, your young Japanese assistant, and the accused were all present, as I recall. And at that time, this witness, Mr. Graydon, was trying to acquire a particular article. Well, now... You cannot be serious. I'm afraid I don't remember too clearly. What? But you must! I'm not going to lie and pretend I remember something that I don't. Rexy showed us a picture before, didn't he? You know, from the cameras I heard installed in Windibanks. Yes, of course. Indeed, in the gentleman picture it bears a striking resemblance to the witness, I must say. Exactly, which proves that Mr. Graydon was in the shop on the afternoon in question. At no point have I denied that fact. I merely entered the shop to peruse the articles on sale and have word with the broker. Nothing more. It's the fucking disc. God fucking damn it. What do you think, Bruno? I think he has no intention of telling us anything. He's well aware that the less he says, the less chance he has of giving himself away. The complete opposite of Hurley, then. He seems to think that the more he says, the better. Well, at least I managed to surprise a little more information from those witnesses' lips. All thanks to the Skulkin brothers. Yes, they were the key to it after all. So he says he had nothing to do with Windibanks. Perhaps now would be a good time to have a proper look through the court record. Good idea. You never know, a tiny scrap of information could become a valuable weapon. Okay, well, let's do this. Fuck, we're gonna bring out the disc?
Objection.
We'll bring out the disc. Have you ever seen this disc before, Mr. Graydon? Why? Is it supposed to mean something? This disc was, until the day of his murder, in pawn in Mr. Windibank's shop. It was redeemed by the defendant, Miss Jean Lestrade, that afternoon. However, somebody mysteriously appeared to try to take it from her. And that somebody was you, of course, wasn't it, Mr. Graydon? As I have related multiple times now, you were mistaken. That was not me. I've never seen that disc before in my life. It may have escaped your notice, but there's a small smear of blood on the disc. Yes, resulting from an abrasion on the thumb, perhaps. That's right. The surface of the disc is covered in hundreds of tiny metal bumps. In a skirmish to acquire the disc, the thumb of the person who tried to take it suffered minor lacerations. So, while the disc bears the remnants of that skirmish in the form of a smear of blood, the thumb of the person in question must bear the remnants also in the form of a scratch. Good gracious, indeed it must. Mr. Graydon, you refused to allow a court officer to examine your arm before. Are you now going to refuse to allow us to examine your thumb? Because I have no doubt that it bears a small scratch consistent with a smear of blood on this disc. Well, well. It would seem I underestimated you. What is the meaning of this? So you admit it now. You admit you have a scratch on your thumb from when you attempted to take the disc from the defendant. Order, order! Well, Mr. Graydon? It would appear that there has been something of a misunderstanding here. I did not attempt to take the disc, as you put it. No, quite the reverse. What are you trying to say? It's really quite simple, you see. The disc was mine from the outset. There's some crime in taking an item that you own out of pawn. What? It would seem, Mr. Graydon, that this piece of evidence, my learned friend, has established a link between yourself and the incident. Accordingly, you would tell the court everything you know about this disc now. As you wish, though I'm quite sure it has nothing whatsoever to do with the pawnbroker's murder. There's a note on the disc saying, "I'm gilded, but the item belongs to me. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy gutterling, on the day in question. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, I have absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night." Did I hear you correctly, sir? Gilded, you say the famous London philanthropist? Who perished in this very courtroom 2 months ago after being acquitted of the distinctly messy murder? Yes, my lord. The one and the same. Good lord, Mr. Graydon. Are you saying that Mr. McGilded and yourself were acquainted? Yes, that's correct. Oh, so he must be great because he knows the philanthropist. Well, I certainly didn't expect to hear that name uttered here in my courtroom again. It's funny that Mr. Graydon here is claiming the disc belongs to him then, isn't it? In all likelihood, he's lying. Counsel, you will commence your cross-examination, please.
Hold it!
Okay. So you're saying that Mr. Stroud lifted the ticket from your pocket or bag? That's right, despite it being mindful of danger when walking in the insalubrious areas of her kind frequent.
Objection!
Oh, her kind frequent. Mr. Stroud did no such thing. Well, of course you would take that stance, but the girl's a regular offender. You came to the pawnbrokery that day prepared with all the information you needed to identify the defendant. You were looking for her. That's what brought you to Windibanks. To get your hands on Mr. McGilded's disc.
Objection!
My learned friend is a veritable font of nonsense. Nonsense? I concur with the prosecution. Counsel, you will refrain from conjecturing in this way. Is that clear? Yes, my lord. I'll continue my testimony for what possible use it can be.
Objection!
Okay, we can't go with that yet. Hold up. The disc was taken by the police. Didn't he flee before the disc was taken? I could have sworn that he left before the disc was taken by them.
Hold it!
Yes, it was taken by Inspector Gregson here, wasn't it? That's right, this was the very man. Apparently the police are collecting anything that has a connection to Mr. McGilded as evidence.
Excuse me!
Is something wrong, Inspector? What do you mean? As for a remark Mr. Green made in his testimony seemed to trouble you in some way. No, it didn't. It's nothing. Leave it alone. Let me ask you this, Inspector. Why is Scotland Yard gathering Mr. McGilded's possessions? I can't tell you something like that, Sunshine. What is it, Inspector? Investigative secrets? Yes, exactly. You should know all about that. Baroness McGilded, who died so unexpectedly after his trial 2 months ago. A man renowned throughout the capital for his great contributions to public life, yet he had a dark side too. Where are you going with this, Van Sykes? I suppose the police are dealing with the aftermath of his nefarious activities, are they? That's enough! Coppers like me have duties to carry out that we're not at liberty to talk about. That's all you need to know. Duties conferred by Lord Strongheart, I presume. Uh-oh! The Lord Chief Justice appears to have great faith in you, Inspector. The bottom line is, if you want to get more out of me, you're gonna make Lord Strongheart's paw print first. Well, it would appear that the Inspector has revealed all he is at liberty to reveal. Mr. Graydon, let us return to your testimony. Okay. Gladly, my lord.
Hold it!
Would you care to explain how this belongs to you? As you will observe, a communications officer such as myself commands a fine salary. You are certainly exquisitely dressed, sir. So you see, I have little need to make use of the services provided by the pawnbrokery trade. However, I did once find myself in difficulties having misplaced my purse whilst on an errand. Which is why I pawned my fine black overcoat to the broker in question. You claim that was your overcoat? Obviously, and in my haste, I clean forgot that the music box disc was in his pocket. And yet, there is a note on it that reads, for Miss McGilded. I am a collector of rare and unusual music box. I'm a collector of rare and unusual music box music. What threw me off is said music twice. I first met Mr. McGilded at a gentleman's club in the city, and I was interested to discover that he had shared my penchant in that area. So, the disc in question, it's a pre-production sample. I promised to let Mr. McGilded hear it. But then you forgot that it was in his pocket on the overcoat you were forced to pawn. Yes, exactly. Gina didn't mention any of that in her testimony 2 months ago, did she? No, because Mr. McGilded had threatened her to keep her mouth shut. Which means that if we dig too deeply here, it's going to expose Gina's perjury. Oh dear, this is complicated, isn't it? That's a good point.
Hold it!
Had you ever been to Winnebago's before? Only once for the purpose of pawning something, but like many I enjoy browsing in such establishments. So when you noticed that the pickpocket had taken your ticket, you chased after her, is that correct? Yes, that's right. I didn't notice at first, of course. Such is the art of the pick purse. But when I did, I headed to the pawnbrokery at once, in order to reclaim my coat before the thief could. I was merely trying to recover what was rightfully mine in the first place.
Hold it!
Or perhaps you'd seen something of value among the forfeited items? No, not at all. Oh. A valet was brought in by the police to assess everything in the shop. Without exception, every article on the shelves was common or garden bric-a-brac. In that case, it's clear that you broke into the shop later that day in order to recover Mr. McGilded's disc. Have you not been listening, man? Even if I had wanted to recover the disc, You may recall that it had been seized by the police that afternoon. There was no more in the shop that night than I. As I keep saying, I simply had no reason to break in. Bruno, if you have some evidence, let him have it. I'm dying to see that irritatingly assured expression of his crumble. Same signature. There's no doubt about it, that witness is lying through his pearly white teeth. The police were obviously after anything left behind by McGill as well. That's why Inspector Gregson ended up taking the disc into custody that day. But Gregson's being very strange about all this. There must be a reason for that, I'm sure. I just know what it is. The disc! This one? Gotcha. This disc was deposited at Winterbeck's own Magnus McGilded's instructions. You knew that, and you went there with the intention of obtaining it for yourself.
Objection!
A conjecture again, and in any case, the disc was taken into custody by the police that afternoon. The witness had no reason to visit the pawnbrokery again that night. Sorry, my learned friend, but that's not true. What? Mr. McGilded had another article in pawn at Winterbanks, as this is the second pawnbroker's ticket proves. There were two articles belonging to Mr. McGilded in Winterbanks pawnbrokery, and the reason you broke into the shop that night was to recover the second one, together with your two accomplices, the Skulkin brothers. This is the second ticket, isn't it? What had the man deposited? Article description reads, one small box. A rather vague description, it seems to me. It's just that I broke into the pawnbrokery with these clowns in order to steal some trinket box? I believe there are adequate grounds to suspect that you did. This is absurd. Why on earth would I do such a thing? Once the article had been forfeited, I could simply walk into the shop and purchase it. There'd be absolutely no need for me to resort to theft. Indeed. The witness makes a solid argument. So that means that for some reason, this Graydon fellow needed the small box that very night, does it?
Objection!
It's time to put an end to this nonsense, my lord. Could you be a little less cryptic, Lord Van Sykes? I do hate to ruin my learned friend's argument, but the truth is quite incontrovertible. On the night in question, no small box was taken from Winterbank's pawnbrokery. And rest assured, the prosecution can prove it. What? Good gracious. Inspector, show the photograph of prints to the court, if you please. Yes, sir. These prints were taken from one of the detective's security cameras. Who are these red-handed recorders again? Which, you're trusting that? You're trusting my recorders, but you're not trusting my blood shit? Okay, fuck you. As previously examined for using this plan of the shop layout. The victim's establishment was furnished with the automatic cameras in 2 locations. One was set to capture the counter where Mr. Wittenbeck received his customers, and the other was set to capture the shelves on which articles were placed for sale once forfeited. According to the information on this ticket, the gilded small box would have been forfeited already, 2 days before the incident, 9 p.m. on 13th of April to be precise, which means it would have been on the shelves of the forfeited items at the shop front. Now, what I have here is a print taken by one of the cameras about 2 hours before the incident. That's 11 p.m. on 15th of April. Got it. The victim certainly had a very full shop, it would appear. The blue thing in the middle with the little thing, is that a music box? And then we have another print. It's taken about 2 hours after the incident. I see. So I have 2 pictures to compare. I must say that placing them side by side leaves me cold. 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 1, blank, 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 blank. That's there, that's there, that's there. These look the same. These look exactly the same. What the fuck? Dear me, that's starting to make my head ache. Obviously, at Scotland Yard, we consider theft as one possible motive in this case. We explored the possibility that something had been taken in addition to the victim's life. So you might have already compared these 2 prints thoroughly, Inspector? Yes, sir. We counted every single item in each of these 2 photographic prints. And the Yard's conclusion is that exactly the same number are present in both. Other words, nothing was taken from the pawnbroker on the night in question. And my learned friend's assertion is nothing more than a hopeful fantasy. Ow. I think that would hurt. You know what, Bruno? I've been thinking. I wonder if these 2 photographs really are exactly the same. What? So, counsel, in light of the evidence put forward by the prosecution, what is your position? It seems that, in fact, on the night in question, nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment. Do you accept the prosecution's assertion? Yeah, there's a discrepancy. I see it. I see the discrepancy. Hold on. Holy shit, how did I not see that before? There's a clear discrepancy between the 2 prints. What? You must identify the location in question for the court, counsel. It's the precise location of the discrepancy in which you speak.
Take that!
Granted, these 2 prints are almost identical. How did I not see that? Holy shit. However, until like right there, I was like, huh. And I almost was like, maybe I need to present evidence, but like, I think what happened is that they put the 3 lines of like present evidence. There is evidence, there's no evidence, and there's no discrepancy, there is discrepancy, and present evidence. And I was looking at the lines, and I looked over, and then I was like, wait a second, and then I compared the 2 things, and I was like, it's right there. What? When you view the 2 pictures stereoscopically, A single area stands out as being different. Location of this small box. Again. Let me wait. Unbelievable. By Jove, you're right. How extraordinary. What this tells us is very simple. Mr. McGilda's small box was indeed not stolen from Windibanks the night in question. However, there could be no doubt that somebody picked up this particular box and then returned it to its place on the shelves. Are you suggesting that the small box originally deposited by Mr. McGilda isn't that? Yes, the very same small box I just identified in those photographic prints.
Objection!
Minus guesswork. So what if it was? So a box was moved on the shelf, nothing was stolen, which means quite simply that nothing has changed. That may be true, but fuck! I didn't. God damn it! No, you're right. It changes nothing. God damn it! The first I automatically hit it changes nothing. That's what I thought at first. Actually, I say it changes everything. Well, it's changed your mind certainly, and that capricious behavior earns you a penalty, my learned friend. Hey, only Judge can do that. But Counsel, if nothing was stolen and all that happened was that this box was moved slightly, how can that possibly alter the state of affairs here in the courtroom now? The crucial part is the fact that it was moved was a small box. In other words, we have to consider what might have been inside that box. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that we need to examine that box as soon as possible. A vital piece of evidence is sitting on the shelves at Windibanks as we speak.
Objection!
That will be necessary. Some little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can't possibly be relevant to this trial. The court does not uphold your objection, Lord Van Sykes. Bailiff, arrange for an officer to go to Baker Street at once. Obtain the small box in question and bring it back here for further examination. Let's play it with the music disc, and we'll see what happens. Should have a report within half an hour. I think perhaps we should recess for a short while until the evidence is brought forth. To be hoodwinked by such a farce. Disappointing. I beg your pardon, Lord Van Sykes? This is nothing but a smokescreen, a Nipponese specialty, it would seem. What are you trying to say? My learned friend has resisted with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning, that this witness's intent was to steal an article belonging to Mr. McGilda from the pawnbrokery. Yet common sense tells us that none of the articles have value enough to be worth stealing in the first place. Exactly. It would be beyond absurd to break into a place for the purpose of stealing such a commonplace property. It would be, if we haven't been talking about music boxes this whole entire case. If we haven't been talking about a disc that can be played on a music box. If we haven't been talking about a disc that can be played on a specific music box that we have yet to determine which type of music box. And look at this! We found a box, possibly a music box, that can play a disc. A disc so fucking important that Gregson doesn't want to talk about it, didn't want to mention it, and doesn't want to have nothing to have it be due in this case. Oh, what a coinkydink. If your lordship recalls, Mr. McGilda perished 2 months ago, immediately after the conclusion of his trial. A trial in which he was found not guilty. A trial in which it was established he was an upstanding member of society, his reputation implied, in fact. So I propose a toast to my learned friend and his most insightful defense. The articles this upstanding member of society pawned were entirely ordinary. A black overcoat that happened to have a music box disc in one of his pockets and a small box. I assure you, I wouldn't accept even if the man tried to make a gift of such things to me. Yeah, that does make rather sense. It's not as if it was gold or jewels, is it? Though goodness knows Mr. McGilded was rich enough. We can't deposit cash upon Boku, I'm certain of that. The prosecution's argument is undeniably compelling. It is incumbent on the defense now to pursue its argument. To explain what possible significance these commonplace articles pawned by the fine citizen could have. Well, counsel, is your argument in fact demonstrable? Are you able to show proof that the disc or the box are in any tangible way related to this case? Well, what's the matter, Bruno? We know that they're related, don't we? They're both vital pieces of evidence. Yes, of course. You and I both know that. We know of Mr. McGilder's true character, and we know that this is significant, even if we don't know why. But if we explain all that to the court at this point, we'll have to acknowledge that McGilder's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake, that the defense's argument was a flawed, based on false information. Oh no! And that would mean admitting that Gina committed perjury. But Ginny... But maybe... this could be a great opportunity for us. Sorry? What do you mean, Iris? Well, what is it that you always say, Bruno? Sooner or later, the truth comes out. Every time. Yep. Have a chat of fight. My lord, the defense would like to make a proposal. Oh, what proposal, counsel? While the court awaits the arrival of Mr. McGilder's small box, I would like to call the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, to the witness stand. The defendant? To what end? It's to do with the various articles deposited at Winterbeck's by Mr. McGilder, my lord. Miss Lestrade has information relating to them. I believe it would be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. To prove the significance of the articles in question once and for all. Well, well, things are becoming interesting. I presume you've considered the implications of the testimony you're proposing. In particular, the impact it will have on the accused standing, and indeed your own. I have. Lord Van Sykes, would you care to explain that last remark? The prosecution accepts the defense's proposal. I move to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness and hear from the accused herself. Very well, if you have no objection. So, the court will now hear the testimony of the defendant, Miss Jean Lestrade. You witnesses currently in the stand may step down until further notice. I shall bid you good day. Wait. You, sir, shall remain in the stand while Miss Lestrade testifies. As you wish. Good luck, Bruno. The articles that Mr. McGilder had deposited in Winnebeck's pawnbrokery are intimately related to the omnibus case, the trial which was heard in the courtroom 2 months ago. Yes, and I remember this young lady being brought before me in that trial as well. That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped to establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGilder. The omnibus case was intriguing, to say the least. And now, here we all are again, the same players in that trial, facing each other once more. A twist of fate, perhaps, my Nibelline's friend. Allow me to recap the events of 2 months ago. Old Brickmaker was stabbed to death in the omnibus running along London's winter streets. Apart from the victim, there was only one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGilder. Naturally, he was the prime suspect for the murder, but as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged. The murder in fact took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck, with the body then being dumped through the skylight into the carriage below. It was Mr. Strahd whose testimony brought that possibility to light. At the time of the incident, Mr. Strahd was concealed under the seat in the carriage, hoping to pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. Then, immediately after the trial, having been acquitted of the murder, Mr. McGilda died in this very courtroom in the most extraordinary of circumstances. A mystery that remains unsolved even now, 2 months on, as indeed does the omnibus murder itself. Be that as it may, I recall neither the disc nor the smallpox being mentioned in the course of these proceedings. Mr. Strahd, would you tell the court now, please, what really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago, I mean? I don't know what you mean. I already said all what I know. And what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Please, Mr. Strahd, this is extremely important. But remember, little girl, if it transpires that you willfully withheld information in that trial 2 months ago, the Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury. And naturally, you will lose all credibility as a witness. Although, let's face facts, you have little credibility to lose. Yep. You have little to lose, so... Ginny, don't listen to him. Please, you have to trust Rudo now. Iris, we're on your side. Alright then, I'll talk. It's the right choice, Gina. Well, it would seem that my learned friend is hell-bent on bringing the entire courtroom down about his ears. So be it. I must confess that I'm struggling to understand what is happening here. However, it would appear that Mr. McGilda's pawn articles and that extraordinary case of the omnibus harbor secrets of which we have been hitherto unaware. So, Mr. Strahd, you will now give your testimony before the court about the events of 2 months ago. You reveal the truth, a commodity sorely lacking in your original statements. Truth is that Brickmaker Cove was in the cabin of the omnibus. Are you not sleepy, Wings? I'm a little bit, but I want to beat this. I'm gonna get through all of this before I go to sleep. And I'm close. I think I probably got only like 2 more hours left. I better make a guess. Oops. Truth is that Brickmaker Cove was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw the disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from above my head, and that pair on the roof deck went off to call the slops. That's when McGilda slipped the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop around about. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I had seen or heard. Good grief, this is outrageous. You've just told the court bears almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago. As you say, my lord. Then there's every chance I may have adjudicated an error in McGilda's trial. It sounds very much to me as if the man deliberately deceived this court in an effort to cover up the most wicked of schemes. Without a doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. The actions of the accused in that trial, of this witness, and of my learned friend are entirely inexcusable. You're wrong, a lot of you. Mr. Naruto, the lawyer there, he didn't know nothing about it. Humbug. I don't think so. Are we really expected to believe that? He released everyone up, didn't he? What an operation to get the man off scot-free. Unforgivable. Stop. The lies have to stop. Stop. Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, it's imperative that the court allows the witness to elaborate on her testimony, because the true significance of McGilded's pond articles must be brought to light. Very well, my learned student friend. Given the depths of calamity you have just plunged yourself into, this may well be worth learning. Words fail me. The situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, my lord. I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial. Of course, my lord. Blimey, Mr. Naruhodo. Now, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination.
Hold it!
Was the disc you saw this disc? Yeah, I reckon it probably was. It was right next to the cove lying on the floor. But does this cap belong to the victim, perhaps? I don't know, but McGilded picked it up pretty smartish. And then he sat at the cove with a knife in his belly up on the seat. What did he say to you at that time? He told me not to say a word about what I had seen or heard to no one, about the disc and all. I was dead scared, the way he was looking at me. I thought, if I didn't go along with it, I'd get stuck with that knife too. Then he started asking me a lot of questions, like what my name was and where he lived and all that. He asked me about being a diver too. After a while, what had happened in the carriage was noticed. Yeah, that's right. First there was a kind of rapping noise.
Hold it!
That pawn shop obviously being Winterbanks on Baker Street. Just a moment, counsel. Do you mean to tell me the driver gave false testimony in that trial as well? Perhaps the excursion to the pawnbrokery slipped his mind when he was in the stand. Indeed, Lord Van Sykes. McGilded took off his coat and gave it to the driver. He folded it up, all careful-like, before handing it over. When I saw him do that, I remember thinking, that coat, so what's it got to be worth a few bob? The driver looked pretty happy when McGilded flashed some brass in his face. He went running off a lick. Then the bog trotter called to me and told me to come out from the deck's cabin.
Hold it!
Threatened you how exactly? Told me I'd only be able to stop her if I did exactly what he said. Which included giving false testimony in court 2 months ago. Yeah, that's it. There was one other thing he said. Which is... he told me to have it to hang on to the ticket for the pawn shop and make sure not to lose it. The ticket? Well, I never. Said that if he didn't show up to get the ticket off me before 2 months passed, I had to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep it in lug, to stop it from being forfeited, and left me with some brass to pay for it. But really, why on earth would Mr. McGilded have done such a thing? Depositing his overcoat with a pawnbroker before the arrival of the police makes no sense at all. There would seem to be only one logical explanation, my lord. Oh, I didn't see the stretch. Make sure the stretch. Oh boy. Thank you for that. What McGilded had the driver deposit at Winterbanks was something he didn't want the police to see. Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs. Anyway, after that, he let me go, so I left it before the coppers showed up. Ginny's really putting her faith in you, Bruno. Yes, and to thank her, she'll have to face a charge of perjury once this trial's over. It's time to really go for it. Press her on every statement. I suppose I should. Oh, and another thing. What's that? Take a look at those two. Isn't it strange that they've been whispering to each other the whole time? The entire time?
Hold it!
You were hiding in the cabinet at the time as well, weren't you, Mr. Strahd? If I remember correctly, in the storage compartment underneath one of the seats. Yeah, that's right. It's pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing at all. Now, in your testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain that you claimed Mr. McGill was the sole passenger, did you not? False testimony, my lord. That's what you told me I had to say. But it's important that you tell us the truth now. Were Mr. McGill and the victim acquaintances? I don't know. But I did hear him talking a lot. What were they talking about? Well, I couldn't hear too well, but if I had to say, I think it was about money or something. They kept talking about buying and not buying. Perhaps business dealings of some kind. Well, anyway, they got louder and louder. It started to sound like a proper fight. I was pretty scared by them. I hardly dared to breathe, and then all of a sudden, I heard a noise like someone keeling over on the floor. It was booming loud and all. I believe you let an involuntary scream? Yeah. That's what gave me away.
Hold it!
There were 2 gentlemen occupying the seats on the roof deck, I believe. That's right. Just looked down to the skylight and noticed the cove with the knife in its guts. When they screamed, the driver pulled up the horses and McGilda got me out of sight. Out of sight? Where? Back under the seat where I started off. Once the carriage came to a halt, the coals from the roof ran off to fetch the stops.
Excuse me.
Is there something you'd like to share with the court, Inspector Gregson and Mr. Graydon? Inspector, Mr. Graydon. Blimey, you trying to give me a heart attack? You've been whispering to each other for quite some time now. Tell us, what is the discussion about? I just figured I might as well just, like, what's it called? You know, what's it, pursue them. Because they're not even talking, because there seems like nothing to actually like, specifically pursue them about, so I just figured I'd do it on that statement. Discussion with this fella? Well, the other one, Sunshine. You think I've got anything to talk about with this shady gent like this? I have nothing to say to this uncouth detective after he deprived me of that disc that was rightfully mine. You kindly refrain from talking amongst yourselves while the witness is giving testimony. Yes, sorry, my lord. Mr. Strahd, continue with your testimony, please. Oh, let's go back to this and then continue and see if we get a reaction. And now, let's see if any of these trigger a reaction.
Hold it!
Okay. I didn't finish this statement, I think. Yeah, once the carriage came to a halt and the 2 coasts on the roof ran off to fetch the slops. They immediately left to fetch the police, so it would appear they were entirely unrelated to the incident. So that left Mr. McGilded, the driver, and you at the scene. Yeah, only the driver didn't know I was there because I was in the seat. But the cabin door opened and a voice from outside. The driver, yes. He also testified in the trial, I believe. Well, look at that. Supposed to be a flashback text, but it wasn't a flashback dialogue. A fellow who went by the name of Beppo, if memory serves. What did McGilded and the driver say to each other? And what happened, and stuff like that mainly. Thank you, Mr. Strahd. Thank you, Counsel. I've heard enough. I believe we now have a reasonable understanding of what actually transpired in the omnibus. It would appear that on the night 2 months ago, a negotiation was taking place in the omnibus. A negotiation concerning this disc. However, matters did not run smoothly. When the parties involved began to quarrel over price, McGilded took what was wanted by force, at the expense of the other man's life. Which proves my point, that this is clearly extremely valuable in some way. And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, McGilded's coat and its contents were due to be forfeited. I didn't know what I would do with the ticket. I mean, the Cove died right after his trial. I knew that. So you decided you would try to claim the articles as your own. Well, why not, eh? They were only going to be forfeited. Why shouldn't I have got them? Anyway, you can't blame me for thinking about it. Thinking ain't no crime. Mr. Strahd, it would appear Mr. McGilded was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. Do you know why that would be? Eh? I ain't got no clue. I reckon it must be worth a fair bit of brass. He was probably gonna sell it. And you can't blame me for thinking that. Thinking ain't no crime. My lord. Bailiff, your lordship request has been located and is ready to be ready for the court's inspection, sir. Man, it's another to be continued. Hot damn, okay. Whew. Part 4. Please don't tell me there's a part 5. This is a long trial. Holy shit. So this is the article in question, isn't it? A small box deposited with a pawnbroker by Mr. McGilded 2 months ago. On the night of Mr. Winamax's murder, the only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop. Quick, quick, let's open it and see what's inside. Good gracious, this is no ordinary box, it seems. It would appear that the box houses a miniature music box movement. Oh. Then, is it too much to expect? I think it would be reasonable to assume that this is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord. So, here we have the means to play back Mr. McGilded's disc deposit Winnebags at much the same time. That's strictly correct, my lord. It's not Mr. McGilded's disc. It was the disc of his victim in the omnibus. But why, for heaven's sake? Are we to understand that the brickmaker was trying to sell this music box disc from Mr. McGilded? I believe the answer would come clear if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord. And someone's going to object, probably. Yes, very well. The court now listen to this curious disc at last. Yep. Wait, my lord. Good grief, what is the meaning of this, Inspector? The music and the master disc, they're unrelated to the case. No need to spoil the somber atmosphere of the courtroom with some silly bit of music.
Objection!
This may very well have motivated the culprit in this case to commit murder. Clearly, there's every chance that's fundamentally important to understanding what happened. The prosecution has no objection. But no, the piece of evidence is police property now. You can't... Clearly, Scotland Yard has some vested interest here, but it is policy of the prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening. No further delays, please. Play the disc. What are we gonna hear? Must be like Kazuma's voice. That'd be fucking insane. What on earth? That's certainly not what I call music. It's Morse code. Mr. Graydon? This really is priceless. After all that, the music box is broken. Broken? Well, obviously, in fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the officers sent to fetch it didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom. Well, with much regret, I feel the court must accept that this music box offers little in the way of clues. Are you ready to move on, counsel? I believe that it could be relevant, my lord. Good lord, but how can it be? It's abomination, counsel. Mere noise. I fail to see how it could have any meaning whatsoever. If that's the stance of the defense, my Nipponese friend, answer me this. Oh. I wonder if this is actually what it is in Morse code. Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has in this case? Come on now. Come on, guys. Just because this is a music box, it doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. Oh! Gotcha! Hehe, making deductions based on how people react to what you say. You're acting just like Hurley, you know?
Objection!
The sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now you told us what they are not. I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my Nipponese friends. Surely you have an idea in mind, because if not, it would be the death of your ill-formed argument. Exactly. The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness. Uno? I've just examined the music box very thoroughly, and I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all. Really? Really? The way it's been made, it only produced a single note anyway. Thank you, Iris. If only there was somebody, like a juror, who can point us in the right direction. Something's just struck me, Bruno. I feel like I recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like the one this music box makes. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing. I'm going to have to press the defense for an answer. If your assertion is that the sound produced by this music box is not in fact music at all, then what the devil is it, Counsel? Prosecution demands that my learned Japanese friend presents proof now. Tangible proof of this latest wild speculation. Wait, proof? Alright then. The evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds this music box is... Wait, can I? Okay, do person. Ain't no fucking way. Are we gonna do the newspaper? I think that's the closest thing we got. Today's paper, Counsel. The headline is Pawnbroker perishes in pickpurse plunder. Highly supportive of your cause. No, my lord. I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page. Further down, Ministry Mo, classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yes, this is a very serious matter being investigated at the highest level, I understand. I have heard international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted, and I leaked to various other countries. Presumably, those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams? Of course. Juror number 5, your input, please. Stop. Oh, with me, sir? Whatever is the matter? You told the court before that you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not? Yes, that's correct. And the particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports? Oh, yes. We're not one of the communication station at all. Our work is extremely important. Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound? You don't mean to say, is it? That's right, madam. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code. But I don't believe it. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams of government departments, there could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer. Are you suggesting that the music box disc contains stolen government secrets in Morse code? Order, order, order! Please, everyone, order! But this is high treason, Counsel. Deserving capital punishment. Too much new vocabulary. What is this treason? What is capital punishment? That's a loaded statement right there, Naruhodo. For a sovereign government's confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay almost any price. Yes, and on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus. But in the end, Mr. McGilded perished and the all-important disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery. My word! In which case, whoever stole the information in the first place must surely have been by his side himself with worry. Because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country, it would reveal an act of high treason punishable by death. So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it. In order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Is Strongheart trying to prevent this to try and to stop it, or because he is complicit in it? Because I can see a possibility of maybe I've been wrong about Strongheart, and he's been, grilling us and being suspicious of us, and asking what's our reason for being here or goal, because he thinks we're some foreign agents who are acting upon these stolen government secrets. But on the flip side, he also could be complicit in some of those government secrets being taken. Yeah, what was it? In order to do that, he would have to gain entry into the pawnbroker illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind by Mr. Begilded would incriminate him too much if it got into the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous, absolutely preposterous. So in response to the defense's accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you? Well, of course I do. I've had to stand here in silence while the pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away.
Objection!
Then by all means, counter those charges, sir. The prosecution demands the witness testifies in response to the accusations brought by the defense. Delighted, I'm sure. The witness is reminded that the crime under scrutiny this trial is the murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Windibank. That being a most flagitious offense, of which the law of this land sanctions a capital punishment. But the heinous act of high treason is no less serious a crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. Why would you tell him that? Why the fuck would you tell him that? Hey, I'm just letting you know, if you're found guilty of murder, we will kill you. Hey, let's also let you know, if you're found guilty of treason, we will kill you. Anyway, make sure you tell the truth about you being a murderer slash, someone who committed treason, aka slash traitor. So then, let us proceed. Anyway. You gotta let us have a rabbit and pork, Governor. We got things to say. I beg your pardon? Who do you think you are? Name's Naz Skulkin. Occupation is professional baddie. Name's Wingo Skulkin. We ain't baddies enough to sell out our motherland. That's right. We were what they call the three Skulkin brothers. Come on, come on. Say something. Come on. Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing. A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGilded anyway, was it not? I have no relation to the man. Look, all we've done is speak into the gaff the other night like what you told us to. If we'd known that there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it. Mr. and Mrs. Skulkin? One Mr. will do, Governor. What's up? Do I take it that you now admit to the crime? That on the night in question you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally? And moreover, you did so as a party of three in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here? We did, Gov, we did! Well, that helps us out. Quieten down, please. Oh, what say you to that, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these two ruffians are referring to. You little water, getting us mixed up in all this monkey business. You never said nothing about government secrets. It was supposed to be a straight-up job. And what about the geezer whose shop it was, eh? The poor bloke didn't have to die, did he? Ooh. Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations. Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. However, as it has, I'll admit into the court record as evidence. Okay.
Hold it!
What are they then? They're not? To anyone with a brain, that would be blatantly apparent on listening to that music box for even a few seconds. Of course, of course. Surely it can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Force code. I would be more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir. A lesson here in court? Morse code is a continuous series of two distinct tones. Tones, you say? Yes, a short dot and a long dash. By combining those in different ways, you can construct letters. C. For example, this is A, and this is B. When you listen to the sound produced by this music box, you'll hear one tone, don't you? But it sounds so familiar, the rhythm of it is the same in everything. But there's no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code. Uh-oh. Oh gosh. Uh-oh. Encoded overloaded. Give me a second. I'm just gonna do this. Where is it? Remove. Yes. Add. Audio input capture. Avocado audio. Haha, really, you shouldn't be so surprised. What did I tell you? That music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting aspersions in the future. Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it? Iris? I mean, the government secrets were somehow being leaked using the music box. So many other things would slot into place so nicely. So every possibility that this music box was instrumental in the leaking of government secrets. That's the belief of the defense, at least.
Objection!
Does it please you in some way, my Nipponese friend, to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum? It's already been established to be Morse code, two tones are required, dots and dashes. Yes, I'm well aware of that. Then what? Well, it would appear the defense has a hypothesis to put forward. Oh! There we go. I'll be off now, Wings. Have a good stream. Yes, please make sure to get some rest, relaxation, obviously some food or drink. Thank you for coming. Oh, there's another one on the side. So I need to find the second disc. I'd better present your idea at once, Council. How do you propose that this music box, which appears to produce only a single tone, could have been used to decipher secret messages into Morse code? Oh gosh. We just went over this, so can I just
Got it!
do that? Good gracious, what am I looking at here? Another movement on the underside of the music box? What? It appears, my lord, that the two movements are linked together. In other words, you can put two discs in this music box, and the sounds of both will play at the same time. Good heavens. As the court has heard, Morse code comprises of two tones, a short dot and a long dash. With a second disc in place, this music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. This is beyond a joke. I'm sorry? This poor excuse for a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claims. Though, of course, if my learned friend were able to present the court with a second disc, that would be another matter. Well, I can't at the moment. May I remind the court that, as the witness has pointed out, he was not the one in the omnibus with Mr. Begilda 2 months ago, striking a deal over the disc or discs. Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. Exactly. I had nothing whatsoever to do with it. Though it has holes, I must admit the argument presented by the defense has much promise. The cross-examination should continue. Oh dear, it looks like you need to give your argument much more strength, Bruno. You reiterate your testimony if you please, Mr. Graydon. By much, though, I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination. Can I present this?
Objection!
No? Okay.
Hold it!
So 2 months ago in that omnibus, McGilda killed the brickmaker and stole the disc. Mr. Mason was a single man with almost nothing to his name. It seems he lived in the artisan quarter some years ago, but people there remember little about him. That doesn't make much sense, though, does it? How would a humble brickmaker come to acquire secret government information? How indeed? There must have been somebody else involved behind the scenes in all of this. Someone who acquired the disc and gave it to Mr. Mason, or to take it to the meeting with McGilda and negotiate a deal. Dear me. You may have it in for me, sir, but I assure you, I have far more class than that. We have nothing more to add on that note. Let us return to the witness testimony. What am I missing?
Hold it!
Like Mr. Gradient told you to do, you mean? That's it. Yeah. Who else, eh? Slimmy thought he was just popping over for a matter after all them years, but the water had a dodgy job for us. Ash? Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulkin. After all them years, you say? Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Gradient is an acquaintance of yours? We're the sociable kind of baddies, you know. Sure, let's say Gradient's an old China.
Excuse me!
Something wrong, Mr. Skulkin? Eh? No, the other Mr. Skulkin. What? Who, me? When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react. Oh, I was just remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have a right old laugh together all the way back then. Together with Mr. Gradient, you mean? Yeah, with Ash. I mean, look at him now in his fancy whistle and flute, and you went at him and even. But when he was younger, we were from the poor part of town, just like us. Is that so? But we was always a leery one. He had the brains, he had the savvy, always coming up with smart ideas like you would never have gone through our heads. Well, blimey, ain't that the truth? Remember Milverton and Skulkin's milk one? That was a corker, eh? Save it until the trial. Your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. And neither does your fruit. Oi, Peter asked us a question, didn't he? And we was answering. Yeah, we ain't done nothing wrong. Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you on your trip down memory lane. Counselor, can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please? My lord. Yes, counsel? The brother's last sentimental statement could hold vital information relating to this case. Fuck yeah, his name was Mason Milverton. Got him. Very well, counsel. I will permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add. Say no more, a Skulkin's never skulkin'.
Objection!
What? What?
Hold it!
Bullshit. Bull fucking shit. I'm sure I'm gonna regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business? It's a little scheme we had going back when we was youngsters. Bit of fun, really. Giving fresh milk to the locals, that's what it was all about. That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. This business was a bit of fun, how you say. It was just yourselves and Mr. Gradient involved? Yeah, that's it. Milverton and Skulkin's milk run, was it? Yeah, that's it. And where did the Milverton part come from? Oh, right. I thought a clever clogs like you to have worked out that one as... Enough of this. How much longer are we expected to listen to this drivel? I don't... No. Let me guess. You don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying? Tell me, why is that was only mention? Why is it that only at the mention of the name Milverton that you decided to interject? Because well... And weren't the happiest of homes that one came from. Yeah, his old man was struggling for money so much, his wife walked out on him. Took the name Graydon then, see? But Ash will always be Milverton to us. Milverton. So that used to be your surname, didn't it? Of course not. This is all buncombe. I've been a Graydon since I was born. This is some fucking Charles Dickens bullshit. Do you really think you can rely on the testimony of those two thieves? You're a communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena those records, Mr. Graydon. Well, it would appear that Mr. and Mr. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable, for once. You were born Ashley Milverton, then. Is that correct? Very well, yes. All of a sudden, we seem to be up to our necks in a serious matter of national security. Although all this talk about interception of secret government messages is still just conjecture at this point stage. It would explain a number of things though, wouldn't it? The negotiation Ginny overheard at the Omnibus 2 months ago, the break-in at the Winterbanks. But the trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon in the Omnibus with Mr. McGilded. No, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker who was so unhorribly murdered. If only there was some link between the two men somehow. I know, but Mr. Graydon's testimony seems to be as watertight as ever. One of the keys is making headway with the cross-examination here. Yeah, with me these guys, which we just did because it gave us the Milverton name. Okay, now
Objection!
Now I have the relevant stuff I need. Mr. Ashley Milverton. Tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me. No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name. Explain yourself, please, counsel. I have here the notes from the Omnibus case, my lord. As we all know, the victim, the men who now understand to have been negotiating with Mr. McGilded. Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. That's right. Only Mason wasn't his surname at all. It was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton. Milverton? Do you mean to say Saints alive? Mr. Ashley Milverton. Is it not the case that the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Milverton, was your father? I don't... As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you joined the civil service, and it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records. The truth is, you have been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it onto the Gilded in collaboration with your father. The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth. The truth, you say? That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded. By dint of this music box, you mean, counsel? Yes, stealing information being set in secret government communications and selling it on to McGilded. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme of using 2 music box discs to encode the information, as presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands. And a very effective one. I shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever. But the deal with the McGilded went sour, and the brickmaker met his end. Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learned of the situation, you appeared at the Winterbanks 2 days ago, in an attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilded had placed in pawn there. But that attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police, and the other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time, determined to recover the second disc. Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box? Eh? We never knew nothing about that. On the night that Mr. Winterberg was killed. The intruder to the pawnbroker touched one item and one item alone, the music box. As rather ingeniously demonstrated using the two prints from the security camera, indeed. So, the question that naturally begins answering is this: why was it only that one article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since, if it were to fall into the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny that all of this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago? I refuse to accept any of this nonsense. Sir, there appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket. What? 2 nights ago, we know that 3 shots were fired in the scene of the crime at Winterberg's pawnbrokery. One took the life of the pawnbroker himself. One struck the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. And the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm seems to be trying to hide. It's a bullet wound, isn't it? I said say wound and say wound. He's got you now, me old China. Time to call it quits and croak, I reckon. Disc. Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those are my terms, remember? And I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly I was a fool to think I could trust some common back slum thieves. Fine, I admit it. I was there in Winterberg's that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me. As you've noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. But that's all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets? Negotiating with Mr. McGilded? As God is my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact, which is, well, we know that one bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from the Skulking Brothers gun hit the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. And the bullet from Mr. Winterberg's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon on the arm. Indeed, it must. We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself. And that leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Winterberg was shot by a 3rd gun, which can only have been fired by the 3rd intruder. Goodness! That's right, Mr. Graydon. The only person who could have possibly have shot Mr. Winterberg that night was you.
Hold it!
You laughing? You little upstart. You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. What? Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbrokers. Did my best to hide the fact, naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I had built for myself at the communications station. But did the thought never cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility? What? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? Possibility that if I was there at the scene, I may have witnessed the crucial moment. You see, this makes me a key witness in this case. I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client. What? Are you suggesting I saw it all. I saw the very moment that pickpocket girl pointed the gun at that poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him. You... what? Is anyone believing this? Oh, come on now. Order, order, order! Well, it would seem we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial. Mr. Graydon. Yes? I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. If it is shown your claim is false, you will have incriminated yourself as the killer. Oh, I understand fully. Then I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. You explained to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim. Nothing would give me greater pleasure. What is he gonna say that's gonna sink his ass? While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. When Winterbank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. The accused, in a black coat, shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood splatter all over that wretched girl. Then she tossed the gun out the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. What? Oh, she's saying there's a fourth gun. He's saying that the third gun was the gun that she had. Okay. What was it? Oh, good gracious! This is quite extraordinary testimony. You claim, sir, under oath, that I've clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger. Order, order, order! Was it my intention to testify in this way? But neither is it my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. Oh geez, oof. Thank you for the follow, Yunoko Chan VAVT. Wow, that's like two underscores. Welcome on into some great Ace Attorney. Near the end of it. So you see, my hand has been forced. I tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation. Hope you're having a good day. I keep on going back and forth between like just reading things out and talking with chat, but hope you're having a good day. The truth. Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of its details. Yes, well, sorry about that. Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. And as I said, she was showered in his blood. You said the blood splattered over the accused's coat? Are you sure on that point? Oh yes, quite sure. All over the black overcoat that pickpocket girl was wearing at the time. Really? The coat could somehow be shown but that harbor vestiges of blood that would be conclusive evidence here. Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord. What? Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. So here's the true science, not some amateurist detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry. There's nothing dubious about Julius Burke. His ideas are all sound. Ideas are no use to us here. In science, as in law, they must be proven before they stand. Germany, the technique has already been employed by the courtroom in the hands of as the basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used. With your lordship's permission, we could shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes. This doesn't look good, Bruno. Why not? Well, we know, don't we, that there's blood all over the front of Ginny's coat. They test it with their chemicals. Oh, help! You're right. Wait, no! It wasn't blue, was it? It was purple! We're good. We're good. We're good. We got this. We so got this. My lord, the defense objects to the text proposed by the prosecution. Overruled. Lord Van Sykes, make it so at once. With pleasure, my lord. While we wait the results, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination. Counsel. Yes, my lord. Cross-examination. Of course, my lord. Okay.
Hold it!
You mean you chased after him? I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop. And what about this peephole in the door you mentioned? Well, unsurprisingly, the storeroom's door is a solid job, made of stout wood. But there's a small opening in it about a head height that lets you see what's in there from the outside. Ah, close up of my eyes. So, and what about you burgling brothers? Did you see what went through this peephole as well? Not likely, Gav. Didn't see nothing of the sort, Gav. I doubt these two buffoons were even aware of the people's existence. I don't know, I'm talking like he's... whatever. Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and that young girl standing there. The defendant? Yes, though neither of them noticed that I was looking. The girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at the man. And then, what did you see next?
Hold it!
What the heck? Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand, but that was Mr. Winneberg's gun from which only a single bullet had been fired. As we've already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired by you. Ah, but no, it wasn't the broker's gun the pickpocket had when I saw her. Yes, the bullet from Winnebank's gun grazed my arm, and yes, the Skulkin's gun grounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely, a third gun, which you had! The broker's gun was not the murder weapon, so clearly there had been a third firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the time.
Objection!
But no other gun was found at the scene. Calm yourself, counsel. Sorry? You must consider the events in order. At first I saw the broker and the gun glaring at each other, but then all of a sudden, the broker turned to run. As it was that moment, the little gutter rat shot him in the back. A chilling image, I must say.
Hold it!
All over her. Yes, though the peephole, I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now with the coat being such a dark color. But I assure you, that garment is sullied with the victim's blood. But it's not Mr. Winnebeck's blood, is it? No, that's right. It's Mr. Mason Milverton's blood from when Mr. McGilden stabbed him 2 months ago. It's so annoying. If they'd only accept Hurley's chemical analysis, we could prove that. But they won't, so unfortunately we can't use it as evidence to support our case. Father.
Hold it!
Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room? That's right. After the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over. Over where exactly? In the direction of the storeroom door, to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then... Go drop the gun through the people onto the floor on my side of the door. Why on earth would she do such a thing? I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Without thinking, I went and picked it up. Because I was worried about just leaving it there in case any more tragedies take place. So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime. Yes, it was yours truly. I left the clear up to my lackeys and left. Clear up? We made a bit of a mess around the county, so Mr. Whistle and Flute here told us to tidy up. He thinks I'm blooming mum sometimes. He thinks he's a blooming mum sometimes. There you go. Well, I was paying you enough, my god. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance the second disc in your jack pocket? You're like a bull at a gate, aren't you? What the fuck?
Excuse me.
Gentlemen. Something's wrong, Sunshine. That should be my line. You do realize you were just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin. Blimey, this D is a bit of an hooligan, ain't he? What was going on just now? You saw me grab me whistle. Why the blazes, he said. Didn't you mention the third gun when he got you down the station? And why didn't you? Cause we didn't know nothing about it. All that flaming peephole in the door. Sorry about that. I can be prone to losing my rag sometimes. Not hurt, are ya? But blimey, see the way he's looking at me? I'm telling ya, this D is giving me the wheelies. No, that wasn't like Gregsy at all. Normally all sweetness and light no matter what I say to him. Yes, well, I think you might be a special case, Iris. But anyway, that was definitely out of character. What's your feeling, Bruno? Much as I hate to admit it, I don't see any obvious holes in his testimony at the moment. We have to find a way to break his man. It's a bit strange that he's so sure of himself about seeing the blood spatter over Ginny's coat. Doesn't strike me as the sort of thing you'd claim if you hadn't generally seen it happen. But we know that Ginny didn't shoot Mr. Winterbank, so what's going on? All I know is that it's very unfair. Why should some German scientist test be acceptable as evidence when mine and Hurley's wasn't? Dentists can use test tubes too. Yeah.
Hold it!
Mr. Winterbeck emerged from the storeroom, I believe. Wingo and Nash were scouring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. He had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close. Never been so scared in all my life. Yeah, we were just your regular, mild-mannered burglars, that's all. We don't like violence. Does the pair who carry a gun. Only one gun, though. It's one bullet. What do you mean when you say you were near the entrance to the shop? I was in the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves of forfeited items. The broker went for Nash in the first place. Then Wingo joined in, making it 2 against 1, so I assumed they could handle the situation. But I was wrong. I was trying to help me little bruv, but the old geezer trucked me over the blooming counter. So I pulled my gun out with the old fella, and that soon made him scarper. The pair of you setting upon the poor, defenseless pawnbroker together? Shame on you! Sorry, Gov.
Hold it!
You mean, that's the moment you were shot? Yes, though I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Things crashed to the floor from the counter of all 3 men were brawling. It was exactly that moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot. And the bullet went on to strike the calendar on the wall behind you. So it would appear. When I looked at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I couldn't explain what happened to a doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later. Did Mr. Windenbeck intend to shoot you, do you think? Well now, I don't imagine he ever noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, it didn't quite strike home. When I pulled my gun on him, he tried to shove me out of the way. And then he scuppered through that door out back. At which point, what did you do? My lord! Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Explain yourself, officer. I have the results of the test that was ordered earlier, my lord. Ah, the blood on the accused's overcoat. Thank you, officer. Very well, the cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. Presume you have no objection, counsel? No, my lord. This is not good. Well, there you have it. The report, please, Inspector. Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Jean Lestrade. From the extent of the stains, it appeared that they were the result of spattering following a gunshot wound. Huh. End of report. Goodness me. See? What did I tell you?
Objection!
No, the blood on the coat is not Mr. Windibank's. What on earth makes you say that, counsel? The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before its coat was deposited at Windibank's, McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton, so the blood on that overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case.
Objection!
Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Nipponese friend? Sorry? 2 months ago, in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for Mr. Gilda's innocence? And yet now the man is dead. You brand him as a murderer? Your conduct shadows any shred of respect you may have earned to yourself in this country. But that was... I call that bally disgrace. Treachery, that's what it is. How to determine whether the blood on the coat is 2 months old or not? Even a stereoscope couldn't help the answer to that problem pop out. It can't be done. But, we used Mr. Sherman specifically for a chemical. Mr. Sherman's a detective, not a chemist. Oh, not a chemist. Would you put such faith in a chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer? I held out for whiskey to starving boy, and he ran away crying. What? What does that even mean? Olak Sholmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination. His name carries no weight in this courtroom. No weight at all. How could you say that? Victory is sweet indeed. This proves that my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish. How do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir? As the witness dead, the accused's coat was splattered with the blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Green could have possibly have known that, in fact, is if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid, and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth. My lord! Been a long battle this one, but this old warhorse has something to say now, if you please. Mr. Foreman? As of this moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final decision. Ready, men? All for one now. Sir!
Guilty.
Oh, god damn it.
Guilty.
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 Well, it would appear the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached an unanimous verdict. The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony. Even he knows he's lying. Here's to any attempt you may make at unpicking the jurors' decisions being equally successful. Sholmes, I really use you right now. Not very distressing. We held it as a low self. Is it him? I'm saying it as if it's him, but is it him? Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Officer? Do the report now. That would be all, thank you. It occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo, that scientific truths are determined not by science, by none other than the human mind. Am I going mad? Of course, this motherfucker. Mr. Sholmes! What is the meaning of this? Let's fucking go. Round fucking 4. Order, order, order! What business do you have here, detective? The last I heard, you were recuperating in hospital. As well I would be, had I not been set upon an errand. What errand? Hurley! It's really you! You're awake at last! Yes, good day, Iris. It appears to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now, my lord, if you would humor me. In what manner, sir? I have something of great importance I wish to give the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us the time? What say you to this, Lord Van Sykes? This trial has taken many hours of the court's time. Haven't spent so long already. Exactly, haven't spent so long already. We don't want to go wasting any more precious time. As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem curlish to deny the defense a few mere 5 minutes. Eh? Very well then, counsel, you have 5 minutes. My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival. Mr. Sholmes, are you alright now? Alright, I'm all wrong. Sorry? I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I asked the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear even that may prove too much for me. Pray forgive me should I pass out. Let's make this discussion as short as possible. Hurley, this place is full of idiots. None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is. Ah, well, that concussion of mine was really just a bit of a sport to assist me in my investigations. Never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community. An oversight on my part. A huge oversight, I may add. Right. But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow. What's that? A leaving present from Mr. Sato. From Mr. Sato? If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor. I don't understand. Mr. Sato foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhand, and that you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting fairly as you are wont to, would find yourself in considerable peril. At that very moment of crisis, you would be given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions. What the fuck could it be? What the hell? This the door thing? What is this? Oh! It's the machine I made. Ah. Look. Okay, yeah. Cat flapper mat, that's right. And now it comes back to relevance. What's Susie up to? Mr. Sato muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant. What? Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes? That night when you left Windenbanks in pursuit of the thieves, Mr. Sauter made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. Oh my fucking god! It's not even there! How did I not know it wasn't even there? What the fuck? I legitimately was saying there's something different with the curtains. I noticed the curtains, I didn't notice the door! Oh my god. That is your answer, dear fellow. Oh my god. And I legitimately was pointing out the fact when I said, I was like, oh, that has to be relevant because of this thing that we got before. We talked about the dog flap thing. This thing. Oh my god. Your 5 minutes is over. I'm grateful to you for affording us that brief recess, Mr. Reaper. And you know, thanks, Detective. After all, the die is cast. Is it really? The jurors are anonymous with their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summation examination. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile. I wonder... Mr. Naruhodo. Yes. The rest is down to you, dear fellow. What is your plan? My lord, the defense requests... further cross-examination.
Objection!
The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine a new witness now. The defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness, rather to continue with the one with the existing witness. What? It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. Oh, we interrupted the cross-examination. We never finished the cross-examination. Sholmes, you fucking genius. So nobody can say anything then. If Runo asks to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Graydon, the court is obliged to allow it. This is absurd. Oh, thank God. I didn't want to do another summation examination. I would remind those present that this is my courtroom. I conclude the defense is entirely within its rights to request the continuation of the cross-examination. However, I'm not permit an unremitting protection of these proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination. Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness's testimony, and but one piece of evidence to present in support of your argument against it. If following that, the situation remains unchanged, I shall move to education. Is that clear, counsels? You will not press the witness any further, my lord. Yes, my lord. I got this. I think I got this. A single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most generous. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo. It's high time I fell in a dead faint. I leave this in your capable hands. That fucking animation. Mr. Sholmes! It stands so I wasn't gonna do more words of the day because I'm like, okay, I'm kind of way over the time I thought I was gonna be playing today, but so I was like, I was considering rushing it, but like that is just a word I should probably just damn look up. Insouciantly. Is that how you say it? The meaning of insouciance is light-hearted unconcern. Oh, nonchalance. Okay. So nonchalantly. Stand so, I'll say nonchalantly, before the court in a state of such high fever. Either the man has extraordinary strength of mind or an extraordinary lack of feeling. I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers. Well then, counsel, are you fully prepared? Yes. Yes. Very well then, under the terms I've outlined, you may resume the cross-examination. Oh boy.
Objection!
What on earth is that eccentric contraption, counsel? Oh, it's my cat Flappet up mat, my lord. It makes a way for cats to get in and out of a room. It can cut through any door you can think of, and make a new little door in the middle of it. That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come and go as they please without their owners having to... Let me fucking finish. Without their owners having to open the main door. I'm sure we can all work that out for ourselves. But that cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case. Oh, really? Of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door. Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I failed to see what this has to do with the matter at hand. Perhaps it would help if I described its function another way then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all. I beg your pardon? A peephole, you say? 2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Winnebeck had taken place. That's right, according to the paperwork at the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Sholmes. Yes, the 3 of us were together, and it's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time. Your assistant did what? There was a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that, because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked storeroom. This is ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much in my testimony. How else could I have witnessed the crime, for pity's sake? Yes, how could you? What? Counsel, kindly say what you mean. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door, and until such time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through. What? No!
Objection!
This is a farce. Are you really suggesting that the peephole in the door was... Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place by my judicial assistant using this device. Your assistant tampered with the crime scene whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her actions? That was the most serious act of vandalism. Which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in the few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the Skulking brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it's become apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes. Riddled with... Explain yourself, counsel. The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based upon what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door. Yes, that filthy girl shooting the man in the back. However, if at the time of the incident, that people did not yet exist in the door, there's no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to have seen. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies. Order, order, order! Is there any credence in this revelation?
Objection!
None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize. Exactly, this is just some cheap trick designed to discredit me. I'm afraid not, sir. Of course it is. Do you seriously expect people to believe the plaything can cut through a solid wooden door? Oh yes, I designed it to be very powerful. It can cut through even the toughest of doors. That's absurd. I don't believe it for a second. Aha, I had a feeling you'd say that. What? Raggy, Gooey, time for dinner. Oh, that's good. Oh, that's good. Well? Young lady, this is the Old Bailey. Where does that make cat flaps in the oak paneling at the Old Bailey? I'm not done yet, don't worry. This doesn't mean that the people in the storeroom, the door of Winterbeck's was made by your machine. There's no way you can prove that it was. No, but it's easy. What? The cat flaps in my cat flap-matic crates are all fixed size. The dimensions of the people at Winterbank's are an exact match. Hehe. Old Silky's lost for words. Excellent work, Iris. Thank you. And now it's my learned student's friend to be lost for words, I feel. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home. Well, yes, that's true. Then you may have some difficulty in establishing all of the facts. Oh, I got you. For the sake of argument, let us assume the people has dimensions that perfectly fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the people cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answer. What is the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Van Sykes? It is very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the people was created after the incident using this device, but now that the perpetrator has returned to their native land, she cannot testify to the fact. There is no proof. And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the people was made, my learned friend's claims amount to nothing more as a baseless accusation. We knew this. We knew this. It's okay. Indeed, that is so, Lord Van Sykes. Well, counsel? Don't give up now, Bruno. Here's the kicker. That's 1. That's 130. We can present when it was not made. This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through. Very well, the counsel for the defense will present evidence to support the claim made. Proof that the people in the doorway in the bank's room was created after the event and not before. It's gotta be this.
Take that!
What are you? A print from the detective's infernal cameras again? My judicial assistant, Mr. Sada Mikotoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman, which is why I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered the scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof. And necessary proof is this photographic print, counsel? This print shows a scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises. Agreed. It also shows the accused mercilessly pointing a gun in the direction of the defenseless broker. But more to the point, it pictures the storeroom door in the background. Let me see that print again. I don't believe it. This is really quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom is completely devoid of a peephole of any description. Mr. Graydon. couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done, because at the time it happened, there was no peephole in the door. In other words, your testimony, it's a catalog of lies. I was gonna say it's full of holes again, but that works too. Mask off or crash out. Order, order, order! I'm satisfied that the defense has substantiated its claim beyond any reasonable doubt. All reasonable doubt. This witness's testimony was entirely fallacious. That's not the only thing we now know beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with a crime scene. But more importantly, good lord, there's more, Lord Van Sykes? The defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury, but that is no proof that this man is the victim's killer. Yes, that's right. What? I was there at the scene, it's true. And I was shot in the arm, it's true. But that's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I am the victim here. Oh, please. Still, he can't worm his way out of it now. Iris, you know what they say. There's no point locking the cat's door after the cat has bolted. Isn't that right, Uno? That's what he always says. One lie begets another. No, wait. That might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories. Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense. Make no sense? What do you mean by such a remark? What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there's a fundamental inconsistency in your statements. What?
Objection!
This is provocative talk, counsel. Won't you enlighten the court? Explain this alleged inconsistency. The inconsistency revealed by the lies in the witnesses' statements. They showed that Mr. Green had knowledge of something he should have known about, the coat. The bloodstains that were present on Miss Lestrade's coat. That's right, the victim's blood splattered all over her when she shot him. But how could you possibly have known that? Obviously, because I saw her do it through the peephole in the... The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing. You're not making any sense. Then let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the people in the storeroom door? What? Well, obviously So I got your tongue, witness? The people in the door was made after the incident occurred. And once I returned to the shop, having failed to catch all the two burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Winnebanks constantly carrying out the investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Well, yes, of course. The place is chock full of pawned articles, and my lads have to thoroughly examine them all. So I gave the order to have the officers working around the clock in shifts so we get through it all. And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the people in the storeroom door. The fact that its existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable.
Objection!
And yet, the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the people in the door. How on earth is that possible? Could I have a word, please, Lord Van Sykes? Speak, Inspector. It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put in my report. There's really nothing more I can add to this testimony, so it's all the same to you. Permission denied. Oh. It's not all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes. Of course, sir. Mr. Graydon. You shouldn't have known about the existence of that people. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else.
Objection!
Stop there, my learned friend. You realize, I trust, that the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications. Yes, but the defense believes the details about the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. Why would you? There's no way. There's no fucking way. Why? Why would you do it? Who is the person in question, counsel?
Take that!
The truth is, it only have been you, Inspector Gregson. What? Me?
Objection!
You had better have some proof to substantiate this harassed claim, my learned friend. Consider the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learned of it only during the course of the trial today. What is on this thing? Indeed. What is on that disc? Indeed, preparations for testimony were made with great urgency during our hour-long recess, while the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from the communication station. And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have no idea. No inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court. Are you suggesting that until such a time as he was summoned? Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the people. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position, that he would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder. You suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received the information, so that he can commit perjury in order to save his skin. Exactly. And the only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson. This is a blooming outrage. Why would I be giving away details of our investigation to this fella, eh? The disc. The second disc. I was summoned to his lordship's chambers during the recess in any case. Had you forgotten that? Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the pawnbrokery. Which means the first time these two laid eyes on one another was after proceedings resumed following the recess. Since then, they've been in full view of the stand, where such illicit discussions couldn't have possibly occurred. But no, we saw them duet. Oh, I've just remembered something new now. What is it, Iris? There was one time before, wasn't there? It was when Ginny was testifying. Oh yes, now that you mention it. When the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve McGilda's music box from the scene of the crime. That's it. Would it have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then? You little toe rag, you making all this up. I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that? Why would I be giving away confidential details of the likes of this bloke here? Admittedly, you wouldn't have had any reason to do something like that for no gain. But perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind. Then it starts to make more sense. What deal, Consul? I wonder perhaps in exchange for details about the people at the scene of the crime, Mr. Graydon would agree to give a certain something to the inspector. I'm sure I need not remind the inspector that, if found to be true, a striking deal of any kind with a witness would have considered a gross case of malfeasance. Well,
Objection!
It's becoming clear that jumping in with the accusations of this Ibanese student's specialty. I don't do that. But with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incumbent on the defense now to present evidence to support this diabolical claim. Evidence? Just what are you proposing that the inspector demanded of the witness in return? The court must see proof of this alleged deal. Do I present the music disc or the music box? Bruno, do you think it could be? Yes. It's the missing link that could join all the dots together in this puzzle. Must press you for an answer now, counsel. What evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal that Inspector Gregson made with the witness?
Take that!
Oh, thank God. Inspector Gregson. Besides this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case? What? What are you getting at now, Sunshine? Is it possible that this other top-secret case? It's what's alluded to in this newspaper article here. The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice. How in the bleeding nowhere could you... We discovered during the course of this trial the music box deposited in Windibanks that Magnus yielded. A special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that encoded on the pair of discs that were in Mr. McGilded's possession are the leaked classified secrets. So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Gradient in which you exchanged the disc for details of the case. You little... Sorry, dude. I had to do it to you. Order! On the day of the incident, when we met you at Windibanks, you said this. Scotland Yard already knew at that time, isn't that right? That Magnus McGirded was involved in the stealing of government secrets. My orders were, recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush. And that explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume. Because you knew that it contained highly confidential information. Blimey, not likely. I mean, I wasn't that sure of it myself. I really realized there was a possibility, that's all. Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs, you did indeed reveal confidential details of the crime scene to the witness, to aid and abet this man in giving false testimony. There's no other way that Mr. Green could have known the existence of the peephole. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these 2 men.
Objection!
If, and I stress if, this sombering assertion turns out to be founded in truth, it would mean that the second disc is, as we speak, here in this very courtroom. Wait, what? In this room? How could you possibly make a claim like that? Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective. What? What's that supposed to mean, eh? As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged detail with caution. Oh, got it. He put the disc when he was shaking that one guy. When he was shaking this guy, he was putting it onto Nash. He was shaking Nash so he could slip the disc on him. Certainly, he would have not accepted a gentleman's agreement in this matter. No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand. Good gracious, then you mean to say Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession? He has the second disc already actually on his person?
Yes!
The defense demands that the inspector is searched at once. Definitely. They could only have struck a deal with each other when Ginny was testifying before, and Gregsy hasn't moved from the witness stand since. Guys, no, no, no! My lord, please, order examination of its personal effects immediately. Well, Inspector? This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He's insulted me and my profession quite enough. However, we'll put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement. I'll happily submit to a body search. What? I presume you're aware of the precipice on which you now teeter, my learned student friend. You've made a most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. If, following the search of the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found, you will be deemed unfit for court service. This trial will end, and my country's government will formally demand of you that you are severely reprimanded. That sounds serious. Indeed, to have a visiting student make such defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police force is not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook. You're just threatening Luna because you're scared. The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences. Very well, Counsel. You know the implications, so let me ask you one final time. Yes, my lord. Do you still persist in formally requesting a search of the inspector's personal effects? Search someone else! Yes, the defense formally demands a search be conducted. Well, don't say you weren't warned, but your typical Nipponese stubbornness may well end you in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good. Fair enough. I've got nothing to hide. Very well then. Bailiff, conduct a search of the inspector's personal effects, please. Ha, not again. The defense demands a search, but not of Inspector Gregson. What? Now what's all this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? I thought you wanted to search me. No, Inspector, not you. Somebody else. What's the meaning of all this, eh? Lost at last, have you, Sunshine? The court shouldn't have put up with this nonsense. You're completely irrational. Be quiet, all of you. Bruno's doing what you all told him to do and having the courage of his convictions. So you should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Let's fucking go, Iris! Because that's the British way. Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense counsel's conviction and eagerly awaits his next words. You what? Now don't be hasty, my lord. Counsel, of whom do you request the search now? Get fucked. Of, my lord, of Mr. Nash Skulkin. Well, I never. Blimey. Me? Him? That's funny. That was some, like, Looney Tunes, like, reaction. Very well, then. Bailiff. Restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects. Please, my lord. Inspector? Scotland Yard, has to object to this search.
Objection!
Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defense have the authority to object. But Lord Van Sykes, I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial. Bailiff! Oh god. Oh! Scare the shit out of me. Every now the raid message is long. Welcome on in, Vixen VT. Oh, welcome on in. What are you up to? Oh, some fastball. Oh, neat. It's funny, I've actually been playing some Phasmo tomorrow. Also, welcome for the follow camera system. I am Windings, robot detective VTuber. I play mysteries, actions, puzzle games, actually a lot of things in general, but those are my, I guess, specialties. And right now we're playing through the Great Ace Attorney, the first one, Adventures. Oh, hey, Kanokopaki. Well, come on in. Yeah, we're making a way through, and we're gonna be going through. We're in the last part. We're in the final part of the final part, I think, of the final case of the first game of the Ace Attorney, the Great Ace Attorney games. I've been making my way through the Ace Attorney games since the beginning of last year, although I've played a lot of them originally a long time ago. And now I am playing through them again. I played through the first 5 originally all the way through, and first Edgeworth game. But now I'm making my way through all of them on stream, and once I complete the Great Ace Attorney, I will be done. Not counting the Professor Layton spinoff. But welcome on in. If you need to get food, drink, or rest, which I'm gonna need it promptly, and once this is over, then please make sure to do so. Thank you for the raid, and enjoy your time here. Let's find that disc. Now hold on a mo. I do nothing about no disc. Cut it out. Here, my lord, in the witness's pocket. Thank you for the warm welcome. Oh, no problem. I saw that you were live and on the side. I was like, I wonder what you up to. I found this. Also, welcome for the follow. TV Static here. Steve Static is here. Oh, that's another music box disc. Oh, we can play National Secrets in front of this courtroom? Please, let's do that. I don't know nothing about it. Nothing. That is the second music box disc left behind by Magnus McGilded. I didn't say Mr. Is it not Inspector Gregson? Order! Mr. Skulking, what have you to say for yourself? Gordon Bennett. I mean, just Gordon Flaming Bennett. I swear I didn't know nothing about that disc. Honest to God. Counsel, would you please explain exactly what's going on here? The alleged deal was struck between this witness. I need my rest. It's 1:30 a.m. for me. In my chat, behave and please refresh if you plan on hanging around. Oh, yes, I forgot that one-time refresh thing. 1:30 a.m., man. Yeah, it's 10:30 for me, but I also need to be getting sleep in like an hour, so hopefully I'm done with this by then. But please, do get some rest, and once again, thank you for the raid. Without question, my lord. Then, for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of the disc that the inspector traded for information? Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. But at one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment. I don't recall what unusual behavior. Ah, we gotcha. It was yes during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance the second disc in your jacket pocket? I admit to nothing of the sort. While Mr. Graydon answered my questions, the inspector appeared to have grabbed Naskolkin by his coat and was shaking him violently. That's why he was doing it exactly at that moment. Oh! Yeah, he didn't know that he was noggin was gonna fall clean off, I did. I was wishing I'd be born as my brother I was. What exactly happened to make those detective attack you like that? I ain't got a clue. He just suddenly turned and grabbed me, whistled like that, and started shaking me. Why in the blazes didn't you mention the third gun when we got you down the station? That's what he said. He had it right down my ear hole, he did. My head's still throbbing now. The way Detective behaved then was extremely out of character, but looking back now, it must have been that he did it. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc. But bless my wig, he hid it? But I'm afraid I failed to comprehend the motive here. If the detective had acquired the disc he was after, why on earth would he then proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? Because we just accused the witness, aka the actual killer, of having the disc, and the detective who just got the disc from that guy was afraid that he was gonna rat him out, so he's like, oh, I'm not gonna have it, so he put it in the other guy's coat instead. This is a court of law. He could have just submitted the item as evidence. It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that. Why ever not? As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions. My orders were: cover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush. Like a secret agent. Hush-hush, a top secret assignment, is it? As far as we're aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It would seem that if the information were to be revealed in court of evidence, it would be problematic. Does that not sum the situation, Inspector? I'm operating under direct orders from the ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question. So, realizing there was a chance you may be searched here in court, yep, you took steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness. Ah, does this mean you only pretended to attack Mr. Skulkin in order to get close enough to it? Just slip the second disc into his pocket. So it's all a pretense? Dude, your hair is falling off. I just realized that. Well now, Inspector Gregson, and you, Mr. Graydon, are you prepared to admit the accusation made against you of this alleged deal? Admit to it, yours truly, please. Mr. Graydon, come on now, dude. Clearly our Eastern visitor has an uncommonly active imagination. Oh my god, this case is so long! However, there's no proof that I passed the disc to the inspector.
Objection.
But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the people? I'm under no obligation to explain. What? Bullshit! Yes, I lied in my testimony. That I admit, so sentence me accordingly. But that is all I admit. Murder, leaking government secrets, striking a deal with a detective. All of it is young Eastern man's fantasy. Or fancy. I have no idea what any of that is about. You cannot be serious, man. Come on now! Well, what about you then, Inspector Gregson? Do you admit to making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc? Ladies and judges of the jury, as a Scotland Yard inspector, I would declare this and nothing more. I am acting in the best interest of the country. Whatever I've done, it's been in the name of justice. So, as members of the public of this fine country, oh, you're just trying to butter them up. I had to think of the justice you will be a guiding light when you're making your decisions. What, putting an innocent girl behind bars just because you made a hush-hush deal with a criminal and a murderer? Yeah, okay. You cannot be serious, guys. This is quite a quandary indeed. Really have I encountered such extraordinary tumultuousness in the concluding of a trial. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time that we may put the matter to the jury for their final leanings. Well now, as a fellow servant of the Queen and the country, I must say I sympathize with the old inspector. Yes, he's a dependable man, I'm quite sure. In service, one becomes a good judge of character. Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurred to me. Well, as a fellow professional, I like to put my faith in the detective, really. Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop. Purely in presence of idol. Stop. Oh no, no, no! Detective has very much trust in eyes. More than this, I cannot say. Is Ginny going to be found guilty? If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then we're gonna lose. Either some proof that Graydon killed Winterbank, or stole those government secrets, or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with a witness. Well then, counsel. I think it's time I pose the jurors to declare their final decisions. No. That is, unless you have some compelling evidence you have thus not presented to the court. Did we get the... No, we didn't. So there's no chance then, Bruno. You have to throw some evidence at them. Fuck me. Oh, fuck me. Oh, no. What piece of evidence do I have? Like an even... Oh. What do I have? Shit. Either some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Winterbank, or stole those government secrets. Or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with a witness. No, I can't force Gregson into admitting he struck a deal with a witness. Shit. Double shit. Okay. Well, I have this, but I never used it, really. Hmm. Wait. Wait. Is no fucking way. No fucking way. Oh, yes. Inspector Gregson, there was one final piece of evidence I would like you to see. Eh? What's that then? If you refuse to acknowledge that you did in fact strike... Oh, thank you for the follow, JT. DTY Bravo. If you refuse to acknowledge that you did in fact strike a deal with a witness here today, then you leave us no choice but to examine this piece of evidence thoroughly. Well, go on. Oh.
Take that!
What on earth is this council? Irrefutable proof, my lord. The corrupt okay, no. I thought I was smart. Or perhaps it's irrefutable proof of the corrupt workings of my learned friend's mind. No! I thought that we could be like, bribe him. Thank you, Council. I've seen enough. Okay, yeah, I got it. Lose state. Okay, yeah, okay, I got it. Failure state. Okay. All right, we got it. Can we go faster, please? I should have saved before that.
Guilty.
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 Oh, you were all guilty before this. You already all the guilty thing beforehand. I've lost this case, what, twice now? Expedient? This was not expedient at all. Oh no, what do I do? Retrieve from the scene. With full health.
Take that!
Is that Mr. McGilda's peculiar music box console? Yes, with the disc already in place ready to play. I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time, with the second disc we just discovered set in place as well. Goodness, this disc, console? No, wait, I can't let you do that. Why not? But because, well, because it's got nothing to do with this case, that's why. Not true, Inspector. Eh? The defense has already proposed. The sounds heard by the court earlier from the music box are part of a Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprises of two distinct tones. The defense believes the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message. Now we have a chance to confirm that theory. We're crying out loud, Sunshine. We're talking about state secrets here. Another TV head? Woohoo! Yes, sirree. My original design was more of a TV head, but I still do technically have a TV head. My original design that I made, like my PNG, made an MS Paint over the space of like 2 hours. It looks kind of rough. That was my original TV head, but I have still kept it over the time. We're talking about state secrets here. If you go letting the whole courtroom hear confidential information like that, it's treason. Then do you admit the charge? That in order to protect the state secrets, you engage in unlawful dealings with the witness. You're mad. If you let that secret information out into the public domain, you'll be making enemy of the entire British government, you idiot.
Objection.
That's not my problem. I'm fucking Japanese. I'm a foreigner. I don't care about your politics. Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, lead confidential case details to a witness. That you continue to lie to the court, and all because, by fair means or foul, you're determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine. Don't you dare. I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. My lord, if you please. The court must hear the sounds made by that music box. Come on, Van Sykes, for Pete's sake, stop him.
Objection.
Fuck yeah. Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor. I'm no Scotland Yard puppet. In this courtroom, my duty is to the law, so let me propose a toast to uncovering the truth, by fair means or foul. Very well, the defense stance here, and that of the prosecution has been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense's request, the judge will now listen to this music box. Now listen as this music box is set in operation once more. This time, the second disc in place, and both discs playing simultaneously. Juror number 5. Alright, I'll admit it. Whatever you want, but for the love of God, shut that blooming box up. Door number 5. This would be a really good time for you to say what that is. Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Did you, or did you not, strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon? Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box discs? Did you reveal the existence of the people in the pawnbroker storeroom door, Inspector? I did. Stop! What are you doing, man? It's all exactly like the young Eastern lawyer said. When the trial resumed after recess and we were stood here in the stand together, that's when he approached me with a deal. Shut up, you imbecile. Shut up! Psst, you there. The detective who turned up at the pawnbroker the other day, aren't you? I may have something you're looking for, Inspector, with me at this very moment. So how about a trade? I suggest you accept. Information that make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public indeed. Couldn't let the information become public knowledge, not under any circumstances. So I accepted the man's proposal and told him details about the case that should have put him in the clear. The people in the storeroom door and the bloodstains on the overcoat. By giving false testimony, the witnesses intend to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that. Yet you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness's perjury. Bro, fucked up, man. I did. But then it turned out the people had only been made that night after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest. Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime, namely this. You were the third intruder who broke into the pawnbroker in the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Winterbank. You. Crash out? Crash out time? Traitor! No! I mean, he did some fucked up stuff, but like, don't kill him. Bailiff, restrain that man at once. Did you kill Gregson? I despised my life growing up. Those slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me. So I set about studying to better myself, to one day escape from that hellhole. And you eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination. Don't you fucking admire his bullshit? Then you decided to try and sell government secrets. Why? Why, SpongeBob? Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of a life in the slums wake me in the small hours. Wanted to drown them out with more money than anyone who lived in that squalor could ever imagine. Then one day, I met him. Mr. Magnus McGilded. You're a fiend with a queer talent, so you are. I have money to throw your way if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with my little plan now. I was to steal the ministry's telegraphic message logs, and McGilded would buy them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for inspection to the ministry's communications office, it was a simple enough task. The lure of the devil's offerings. How easy it is to succumb. But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing. and for that reason I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable by using the music box. My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child. Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton. That's right, he was very skilled with his hands. He'd once been a music box maker's apprentice. Imagine his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code. So I sought out my father again to employ his services. It was the first time I'd seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier. Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you've become, eh? He was a different man to the one in my memory, a thin, frail old man. But poverty had never broken him, never crushed him like it had me. I was sure he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason. So I made up a story. I got some work for you, Father. I need some music box discs made. Music box discs, eh? A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I brought the score with me. There are 2, actually. I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch my tools, would you? They're in the loft. That's why I had him make the 2 discs. Thereby splitting the information in 2. You were taking considerable precautions indeed. It was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGilded in 2 separate transactions. The first involved the first of the 2 discs and the music box for playing them. I exchanged them with McGilded for 10 guineas. Then, on receipt of the second disc, he would pay 1,000 guineas. So, what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago was the second part of the deal, the exchange of the second disc? Yes. I'd sold the man information away a number of times already, but he became reluctant to part with his money. But that doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graydon. Why was it on that omnibus 2 months ago? Your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with Mr. McGilded and not yourself. When I received the 1,000 guineas after my first completed deals with McGilded, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. When my father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious, and when he did, he said to me, "Next time there's exchange, you let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore." That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus, head over the second disc, and take the money from McGilded. That's it. He had no idea what was actually on the disc I'd asked him to make. He never knew. Just like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. I do feel bad about your dad. I'll give you that, dude. It was only then that I found out what sort of monster McGilded really was. So after 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore my father's name. To exact revenge. Revenge? As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man would no doubt be able to imagine, McGilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. To crush any semblance of justice in this trial. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and witnesses were bribed. That trial 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish. I made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilded by then, so I spared nothing in my arrangements 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire. If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in the city willing to do anything you ask. McGilded himself had shown me that. Are you saying that... Thinking of the picture now, after he twisted everything to his favor in the courtroom to ensure that he walked free. I took matters into my own hands and delivered the justice that monster deserved. That tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly. Well, that solves that. So that policeman came to tell McGilda that he could examine the omnibus again. That's right, an imposter hired by me. McGilda used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in their testimony. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, one of my sham policemen ushered McGilda inside and set him on a one-way journey to hell. Kinda deserved, but let's hear neither here nor there. An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death. Spine-chilling account indeed. But that wasn't the end of it for me. There was a loose end, you see. A loose end. Yes, I should think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with McGilda. Ah, yes. There was indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago, purely because it had been removed from the scene of the crime. When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGilda. This is the first of 2 discs and a music box you need to play them. Well, look at that now. What an ingenious little invention. So then, as promised, 10 guineas for you, young man. But what's this? Winnebeck's pawnbrokery. Aye, it is a pawnbroker's ticket, so it is. You can use it to redeem an article I deposited there for you. There's no need to give a name. Just hand over the ticket and tell the fiend the watchword. I'll put a jewel in pawn for you. It'll fetch a good 10 guineas if you sell it, so it will. I've never heard of a pawnbrokery being used quite out that way before. Have you not, Mr. Graydon? London's pawnbrokeries are very useful places, you know. Each one is like extremely secure vaults. So I knew that if he'd taken steps to hide the disc, it would be in the pawnbrokery somewhere, and that on the night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone. I remember now that when you first met you at the Winnebanks that afternoon 2 days ago, you had a description of Mr. Strahd written down. How did he know who you were looking for? From the trial, that pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. I realized immediately she was another one of McGilda's pawns, that he must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced it would be her who had the ticket, so I started to make some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion the girl would come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline. And yes, sure enough, she did. All I needed to do was wait until the girl went to the Winnebanks to redeem the articles. But unfortunately, she redeemed only McGilda's overcoat and the disc that was in its pocket. The all-important music box with the second disc inside was missing, because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier. But I was unaware of that fact. Had it not been, I could have avoided my late nighttime excursion. Meanwhile, as our investigation into the stolen government secrets was progressing, we picked up on the fact that McGilda was involved. Inspector! Oh, thank God, he's alive! My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible, so we started gathering the fellow's possessions and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going on at the yard, but we had to keep it as quiet as we could. Then, when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbrokery that day, I became nervous. I was sure the music box and the second disc was still there in the shop somewhere, so I knew that it was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did. So that's what prompted you to break into the place that same night, with the help of your old friends, the Skulkin brothers. What happened that night in the pawnbrokery, I can only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I located the music box I had sold to McGilded on the shelves of the forfeited articles. And the second disc was inside? Yes, I slipped it into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. But then, something entirely unexpected happened. What do you think you're doing in my shop? A gunshot rang out in the shop, and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm. The broker fired his gun, and the bullet pierced your limb. Yes, exactly. But unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case. Before I knew what was happening, I'd fired back. I had already turned to flee. I had intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. But unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. It struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom door for refuge. Sorry tale. It all took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened at Windibanks on that wretched night. Damn. Earlier, you called McGilded a monster, a man who used his wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. What tragic irony. But what you have done is exactly the same. You've become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in McGilded. What is this, like Frankenstein? Yes, I think I have. Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial. However, it would seem that at last we have arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson, one of Mr. Ashley Graydon. He's been restrained, my lord, and is being escorted to the yard. He'd be charged with the murder of Mr. Windibank and the stealing of government secrets. Very good. And you, Inspector, regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself. Yes, my lord, of course. It transpires that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. That fact remains whether or not you were doing so in the line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable. Now to the defendant, Miss Jean Lestrade. Yeah? It is time for the final adjudication. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Yes, sir. Garrett Squadron standing by, sir. This is really it now. Last push, the final call, the finishing whistle. I'm ready to deliver their verdicts. Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Let me hear that. Sweet, sweet not guilty. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. We now declare your final decisions to the court. Let's count up.
Guilty.
Two,
Not
three,
Not
4,
guilty.
Not
5,
Not
6, and half a dozen. I'll be taking that win. Ha, that's the stuff. I'm off the hook. Finally, Wuna, you finally managed to do it. Finally is the word. I really wasn't sure if we'd come out of the top for a while there. Susie was right. You're the best lawyer in the world. Mr. Strahd, I am not finished with you yet. And? What are you looking at me like that for? Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider. And? 2 months ago, in my courtroom, no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? And in relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Winterbeck's pawnbrokery, you also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGilden's property, it seems. I've never done enough of the sort. Oh, god damn it. And just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Ginny this evening, and turning our attention to the defense, determining that when played together, the music box this contained a message in Morse code was, well, it was certainly a most unexpected revelation, counsel. Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast to demanding that government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom. Oh, fuck you. Very sorry about that. It was the only way I could get Inspector Gregson to admit what he'd done, so... if I may say something on that point. It's about the sounds produced by the music box before. I do wonder if that was really Morse code at all. What? What are you saying, ma'am? Oh, well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see. So much so that the whole world seems covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact. Goodness, madam, unhealthy level of obsession one feels. But I must say that in my opinion, the sounds produced by those 2 discs were nothing more than that. I mean the series of 2 different tones. What? My lord, the defense will have to listen to the music box again. Are you off your nut? How many times do I have to tell you? Those discs contain ministerial secrets, sunshine. This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of the government communications. We know McGilden conspired to trade national secrets with our enemies, secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Now that the man has admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue that matter further. I kinda want to. Mr. Strahd. Yeah, my lord? That which you have seen today and here in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing. Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalog of depravity. An appalling experience to befall any child. Come on, ain't nothing I don't see most of the days in the back slums. I beg your pardon? If you're weak, you pay for it. That's just how life goes. Gina. But look, I reckon I've worked something out today. The world ain't fair, but if you want it to change, you gotta start at home. You gotta change how you are yourself. Yeah, pick yourself up from your bootstraps. That's a very laudable reason, I would say. I eagerly look forward to the born-again Mr. Strahd never gracing my courtroom with her presence again. Hopefully. Now, in regard to the murder of Mr. Pop Winterbank, required of the pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant, Miss Gina Strahd, not guilty. Thank goodness. Oh my god, I gotta stretch. Yippee! Oh, she's shooting off the firework thing. That is all. Court is adjourned. Let's get the fuck out of here. On a personal note, I must say you've surprised me, my Far Eastern friend. Ah. Oh.
despite being a Nipponese, you saw through the pretense of the malice that festered within that Englishman. At the same time, you saw the crime to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures. I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. We're not so different on the inside. We're not so different, you and I. No, I took this case for one simple reason. To lock swords with you once again here in the courtroom. You did? When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me. Toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, wondered if I might trust betrayed. Through you, I hope to look into the eyes of the man I once knew and try to understand. You mentioned something similar earlier today, about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. What happened exactly? Well, you may ask. And one day, when the time comes, you will learn the answer, whether you like it or not. Alright then, I'll wait for that day if I must. Come to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey, and my retirement from my service 5 years ago gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose, as if we're part of a video game. So, farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow, until we meet again. You never settle on a voice for that guy. Speaking of, my voice is shot. Ha! Congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. I knew that you were innocent. Well, you did what you said, Mr. Naruto. You believed in me, right up to the end. You're as odd as your name. What's odd about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I? No one's ever has before, see? Kept a promise, I mean, properly. That's awful. I figured something out today. All my life, growing up in the slums, I've never trusted no one. But that's just because I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down. Yes, I think I can understand that. You know though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently too. Trusting in someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. I think I have you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson. Oh, well, if you say so. Don't make a fat lot of sense to me though. We're trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure. For crying out loud, pack it in. But I suppose I sort of feel the same way. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else's, you know. Alright. Thanks. I'm not gonna say this because of my voice. Let's get me up soon. After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean. Kazuma, am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be? Upon the interruption. Well, what the deuce does that man have to do to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? Ah, that voice. It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruhodo. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity. Yes, it's me all along, I would have said when you finally noticed me. But you people, with your incessant babbling. Mr. Sholmes! Yes, it was me all along, you see? I'd assumed you'd been taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Indeed I was, but I managed to escape again. Oh. I happened to be aware of one or two foibles of the doctor who was tending to me. Merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily issued me with a leave of absence. I'm very above board. But enough of my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruhodo. Your tireless efforts justly rewarded, I feel. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat to you. Thank you? Some great detective you are. Great at being cold as ice, maybe. Have I irked you in some way, Mr. Strahd? While you've been having a snooze in your nice soft bed, some of us have been fighting for our lives. Ah, well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true. But I have indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps as cold as ice, but, well, have a feel. Would you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Sholmes? And, in some way, I suppose, congratulations are in order for you too, Mr. Strahd. What's that supposed to mean? Why are you so half-hearted? Well, naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but an acquittal in a trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious. Oh, the Reaper, you mean? Because anyone who's found not guilty in a trial here is working its wins up dead anyway? Is that it? The very point I was trying to make. Exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGilded, in fact. Ah, but of course, I pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself. Nice going, Sholmes. Yeah, well, it don't bother me. Oh, really? Of course not. The way I see it, the Reaper's a bit like I am upstairs. Him upstairs? You mean like God? Oh, he said him upstairs, not I'm upstairs. Yeah, him upstairs knows what's what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside. You won't have got the wrong end of the stick. There are some coves like that bog trotter what are rotten to the core. At the end of the day, him upstairs makes sure they get what they deserve. I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Divine justice is one thing, though. The Reaper is taking matters into his own hands and claiming lives is another. Well, I ain't like McGildeds of this world, so I ain't scared. I got principles, see? A trait in you which is to be admired, Mr. Strahd. Boy, just give it a rest, alright? As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina. Well, there you are, Hurley. How long have you been here? Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there. Iris, my dear, I do apologize. But wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made utter fools of themselves. What happened? As you know, I have a penchant for disguise. I was hiding in this room dressed as a bailiff. But these dolts didn't notice my presence at all. They had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it? I'm not sure, really. I beg your pardon? I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have. In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's gonna land you in trouble one day. I'll be careful. Anyway, it's just a shame. I was so hoping to throw a party for Ginny tonight. But you won't be able to come, will you? Don't look like I'm gonna be going nowhere for a while. You heard the judge's patter? I got stuff to make amends for, apparently. All them offenses. What was it again? Breaking and entering, taking the bog trotter stuff in a lug, blah blah blah. Yes, I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offense. But diving ain't an offense. It's a job, isn't it? I wish I can do that with my hands. To like flip the coin between my hands. That'd be a cool skill to have. Still, it has got me thinking all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Otto? Well, no, but I was never a pickpocket. Well, anyway, I reckon I could make a change. I'm gonna do something for all the lot like me from the slums. Something that makes a difference for them. That's a wonderful idea, Jenny. I'm sure you can do it. What is it? Nothing. It's Jean Lestrade. Prison carrot has arrived, ma'am. Come with me to the rear gate at once. Right. Well, looks like I'm off then. Yes, goodbye, Gina. And good luck. Otto? Yes? What was that for? I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, so... Ah, indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Mr. Lestrade. Eh? On occasions such as this, one says thank you. I would recommend a simple thank you. Oh. Oh, yes. That's good advice, Ginny. Right. I see. Well. She took off the hat. Thanks, Otto. Aww. Thank you for everything what you've done, for believing in me. Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. Well, well, quite the indomitable pick purse. Oh, I nearly forgot. I bought a paper outside. It's a special edition and its trials all over the front page. Pickpocket's innocence proven. Isn't it wonderful? You should have shown it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled. Oh no, how silly of me. Ah, but anyway, do you like the good news or the bad news? Not again. Well, what do you say, Bruno? Curly. As usual, I think I'd get the bad news out of the way first. Absolutely not. I have no intention of listening to anything but good news. And there you have it. How people answer that question says a lot about them, doesn't it? Let's not go there. Alright then. Maybe let's start with the good news this time. The rain has finally stopped. There was a record level of rainfall, apparently. Well, that is good news indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort. Alright then, what's the bad news? The huge storm has left the seas very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailings out the Dover have been delayed by a day or more. Wait. That's right, we head to the station immediately. We may still make it in time to wave Susie off. But, there won't be a train, surely. We couldn't be that lucky. Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sholmes? I watched the Victoria Station earlier and made arrangements for a special express. If we hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner. And know of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole. The great detective does it again. Indeed he does. I'm to be aware of a number of rail transport directors' foibles. What? I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily laid on the locomotive. Elementary. Again? Just an idea, but it would be wise to stop manipulating people that way. What are we waiting for then? To London, Victoria. That took somewhat longer than I had anticipated. Susie's boat must be about to leave now. Mr. Sato, where are you? Over there, look.
Hold it!
Mr. Sato, wait, what are you doing? Mr. Naruhodo, what are you doing here? We came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we heard that sailings were being delayed due to the bad weather, you see. Oh, I see. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go? It went well. She was acquitted. That's wonderful. Really wonderful news. We filled her in. The book you were about to throw into the sea. It was the Encyclopedia of British Law, wasn't it? Oh dear. I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now. So, I was saying my final farewell. You were saying goodbye to law? Would I be correct in assuming it's because of the peephole, Mr. Sato? I deliberately altered the scene of crime, and then I tried to hide the fact. What I did is utterly unforgivable. That reminds me. How did you even come to have this, Susie? On the evening of the incident, Mr. Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember. Oh yes, we had a wonderful time. Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? To the art of pickpocketing, I mean. Oh, that was so much fun. I stole Runa's armband. Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. That band's very important to me. But if it's so important, you should pay more attention to it. You didn't notice for ages. On a whim, I thought it would be fun to see if I could take the cat flapper mat, so I put it up my sleeve. Really? You could fit that shit up your sleeve? Damn. And then I'd rather forgot about it until I found myself in Mr. Wintermake's shop with it later that night. I see. And then... Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes! Leave me, Mr. Naruhodo. Right. After Mr. Sholmes had left the shop, I started to think. That door started to play on my mind. The storeroom door, you mean? Yes, if Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be behind that door. In that moment, the little device I had up my sleeve sprang to mind. I was so worried about Gina, I simply had to know. So, you used a cat flapper mat to make the peephole in the door. As captured in a photographic print on the shop by one of Hurley's red-handed recorders. Indeed, it was one of the first importance at that point. Precisely when the peephole was made, the information would prove to be Mr. Naruhodo's greatest weapon. Though naturally, without proof, it would have amounted to nothing. But when I looked through the hole in the door, the sight that met my eyes made my blood run cold. Thoughts started to run through my mind. I remembered that trial 2 months earlier. The tribe Magnus McGilded. I thought about how he had manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. It made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then a terrible thought occurred to me. What if, What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Because from the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Winterbank. Even though I was sure she would never have done such a thing. You were worried that the true culprit would try to frame her for a crime? That's right. But then I realized it would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case. What do you mean? Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room. For someone to claim falsely to have witnessed it, there would have to be a way to see beyond the door. Ah! For which a peephole would be the very thing. Only the peephole I had made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. The criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference. But the possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not? A trap? So, is that why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned that you made the peephole to anyone, not even to the police. I know, and I knew at the time what I was doing was wrong, a criminal offense even. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Sholmes. Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner with no other possible means of escape. The truth about the people could save him. That was my plan. But then, why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began? My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade. Ah! You could have been disbarred if you had been seen to have knowingly tampered with a crime scene. So Mr. Sato decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone. For your sake, and Mr. Strahd's. Mr. Sato. The truth is, when it happened, I did it because I lost a bit of my faith in the law. Oh. I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime. But the moment I allowed myself to think that, the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant. What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Graydon is the one who lied on the witness stand, using that people as a way to implicate Gina. Besides, the people inconsistency hadn't known it existed. I'm not at all sure she would have been acquitted in the end. Mr. Sato, what you did saved Gina's life. Well, with your kind words, Mr. Naruhodo, you saved me too from my regrets. Well, we must all be thankful that Mr. Strahd's freedom has been assured. Yes, exactly. Although some of the loose ends in that trial will continue to play on my mind, I'm sure. But the revelation that the music box disc contains secret messages, Mr. Naruhodo. What a triumph to work that out. I'm full of admiration. Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was. Oh, it wasn't? There was a communications officer among the jury members, you see. A telegraph operator. She said that the majority of the sounds in the disc were just meaningless tones. As one would expect, after all, we are talking about secret government communications. No doubt they are written in cipher to avoid being readily understood, so they have been intercepted. In cipher? I see. So we can never have hope to understand the message anyway. Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite a zero-pipe problem, I assure you. So, What? Well, that can't be a real word, can it? How funny. Wait, Iris, what did you just say? I just said Asogi. Does that word mean something to you? Mean something? Asogi was the name of my best friend. What? But how? How do you know that name, Iris? I wrote it down during the trial before, when the message was playing on the music box. This girl is super smart. I thought the message probably wouldn't be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. Whenever I tried, the words just didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English at least. Oh god, it's in Japanese. It suddenly occurred to me, you see, there's more than one Morse code, not just the English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added the Morse code to use it in their own languages. I don't believe it. Are you saying... That's right, I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before. But I think it's based on the Iroha pentagram, isn't it? And you mean to say that in Japanese Morse code, the message reads Asogi? Yes, I think so. Sorry, I don't remember all of the Japanese Morse code. Iris, would you let me see that? Mr. Sato, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code? Yes, I spent some time studying it. Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become ever more important for international communications. Then might I recommend, my dear madam, that you focus your efforts on the English version. Be that as it may, Iris, show me the message, please. Of course. Oh, I see what Sholmes is saying. Yeah, okay. But what can this possibly mean? There's no doubt that this message is written in Japanese Morse code. So the British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications? I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names. 4 names. The first is Kei Asogi. Kazuma Asogi. His secret mission. The second is A Shin. Shin? I recognize that name. The third is T. Gregson. Gregson. It would seem Tobias Gregson is on the 3rd man on the list. And the last name. Is it mine? Or is it Wilson? What's the matter, Mr. Sato? It's just so strange. So unexpected. Oh, what is it, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense. The last name is J. Wilson. Yep. It's the original Watson. It's Daddy Dearest to Iris. What? Wilson? John H. Wilson? You mean Daddy? It says only J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. Then, after the 4 names reads, if I translate from Japanese, that is all 4. And that is the end of the message, or rather the end of what you noted down, Iris. And 2 of those people are dead. I just can't believe it. Who'd ever have thought that those discs contain Japanese Morse code? It would appear that this particular message is a communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan. So, Daddy could be in Japan then. Where's Susie and Runo come from? Oh, well... no. It's not very likely really, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson, and there must be lots of J's among them. Yeah, you can. She's a going... This is so strange. Somehow, in solving the case of Mr. Winnemek's murder today, I feel like I've rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave. I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside. Oh dear, the ship is going to set sail soon. Yes, it seems so. I'll sail on that steamship first in the port of Dunkirk in France. Then I'll change into a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan. You're really going then, Susie. We wish you a safe passage, Mr. Sato. Thank you so much. I wish you all the very best. Mr. Sato, I had hoped to have you always by my side to guide me and support me. Mr. Naruhodo, please, come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world. I'd give that to Iris, but yeah, you can say that. I'm quite sure I'll be back before you know it. Really, Susie. Oh, now don't forget, Iris, I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill. A promise? About your manuscript. Ah. Well, I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise. Definitely, Iris. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Do you remember the first time we met? Yes, of course. On the SS Spirit when I was dragged out from that wardrobe still half asleep. If I remembered rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with a Susato takedown. You know very well what I'm talking about after that. It's strange, but being thrown together, as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away that you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy. Mr. Sato. And my instincts were right. I really want to believe, no, I'm sure that. I'll be back soon. Farewell until then. Oh, get a little cutscene, nice.
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least. Looking back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey.
Well, the cat's there too.
Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective. I'm sure there'll be trials and tribulations ahead.
He said it! Yeah, he said the title of it. It's a 30 game.
But whatever happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around. After all, I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
Ah, yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, Mr. Sholmes. I have some rather awkward news. The railway company has decided to sue over the special express train, apparently. Huh? It caused such a commotion on the line, all the other trains had to wait at stations. But really, we would never have made it to Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything and how it was all your fault. Huh? Oh yeah, great friends. We have some great friends right now. I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But not to worry, my dear fellow. According to Mr. Sato, you love defending yourself in court. Huh? And so I'm perfectly happy to testify. He really didn't look like the sort of man who'd do something so outrageous. See? Mr. Sholmes? Yes? A word, if you don't mind. Why, certainly any word you like. Spell it out, my dear friend. Objection. Oh yes, I love Luna's words. I know just the one you'll use here. Objection. Then, I really must say...
Objection!
fucking done. Oh god. Ah! I didn't expect this case to go for so long. Holy shit, I should have done more of this last week. In the following weeks, hundreds of music boxes arrived at Baker Street all over Europe. Something was afoot, though it transpired I had ordered them all myself to advertise them for sale with used by Mr. Sholmes to solve an important case. And the money I've earned consulting detective work pays a pittance by comparison. I haven't slept a wink. This manuscript is due tomorrow now. When I'm this busy, Hurley usually cooks me breakfast. Well, cooks is an overstatement. With some dry toast and insipid coffee. I do miss using her lovely Japanese breakfast. Oh boy. Witness your testimony. It's riddled with contradictions. Exactly. Really do rare Koban coins hide under rare stakes themselves. Well, either knows his father's an innocent man, or you're calling my son a liar. Witnesses, my courtroom is no place for your petty arguments. Having delivered the Russian dancer to shore in Shanghai, I laid low on the steamship for a while. But last night I apprehended an extremely suspicious Japanese national on board. I've done nothing wrong. All I did was give Wagahaya's offspring refuge in my pocket. A man brings some kittens on board and suddenly he's a hardened criminal. It's not fair. It is wild to me they put someone who's based off an actual, historical figure into these games. Like, straight up putting Sosuke Natsumi into these games, Natsumi Sosuke into these games is insane. You're suspicious. Scientific investigations would be as gold standing for something I missed it. I dreamt of a world governed by the tenets of order and discipline. Like a great clock, in fact, whose hundreds of parts meshed together in perfect unison. Whew. Now, if you excuse me, after but 2 minutes and 37 seconds until my next appointment. I don't trust you at all. The latest Vance magazine is out, and I'm in it. Whenever they say that one line she wrote now, I get a standing ovation. Wanna hear it? Not bad, I suppose, for an amateur. Shouldn't you lost your license or something? So they should put me to shame. Been visiting the old girl on a daily basis, of course. Journey, my old jailbird. Must say, battling with those bally stairs every day has... Oh, went so fast. Managing rather well with the housework, too. Got a maid business taped up, I say. Hope the gossiping neighbors don't realize the man of the house is his own maid. My rollie is back on the beat again, thanks to the Reaper. There's something I enjoy more these days than hunting out small change in the gutter. I'm a better Bobby now, looking out for Londoners, the dropped happenings, and my lovely wife. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rollie. Looks like I'm going to be doing time for a bit now. But Iris comes by every day for a natter, so it ain't too boring. So what's going on about all them cases what Sholmes is looking into? Criminal investigations are kind of interesting when you get into them. As usual, I leave my controller alone during the credits and it always goes dim at some point. Yes, I went out my upbringing and chose a life of sophisticated crime. But regrets? Please. Give over, bruv. That ain't the Ash we used to know. We got time to hear and a plan to come back of Milverton and soaking this milkworm, right? The three Musker Wussets milking the neighborhood for all it's worth. Past 6 months has been a time I shall remember forevermore. Painful goodbyes and wonderful encounters. Come to realize that's what life is all about. Naruhodo-san, I promise your assistant will return to you one day. But for now, I leave you with many memories and a heartfelt wish that life would treat you well. I don't know if that's gonna happen. Oh, it's like 3D almost. That's cool. Look at these photogenic, wonderful people. Hope nothing else bad happens to them. Though we have a second game, so I probably something bad's gonna happen. Oh, they really doing the walking credits thing? Oh, Robert Vernon. I think I know that name. There's a haunted deal with this lady right here too. That she's also like, she got away kind of scot-free after like killing the Watson character. So there's no way she's not gonna come back in the second game and Iris is gonna like to confront her or something. Well, this has been fun. I don't know if there's an after credits or not, but I'm gonna let this go for now. And then once this is over, I'm assuming there's no after credits or anything. I'm gonna stop, but we'll find something to raid. Because it is tiring. Holy shit, I've literally have actually been streaming for almost 7 hours. Holy shit. It's funny, I could have streamed more last week. I was like, oh no, I don't have that much left over. Let me play like, you know, a little bit, and then I'll just play like a little bit more next week. But honestly, I probably could have done one more part in the trials, because like there are like 4 parts to this trial. And I guess, and like, I did only 1, and I could have done 2, and then had the other 2 for today. Getting the sword. Now they both walk together. Susao's behind you. Yep. It's the asshole of the hour. overall, I would say, okay, I can speak now anyway. Overall, I like this game, but I don't know if I like this game. Especially when compared to other games of the franchise in this series. Like, we'll see how the second one goes. It was gonna hit the same notes that some other games have. But I'm kind of a weird dark horse because I actually really like the first Apollo Justice game. Or just like Apollo Justice, you know. And a lot of people don't necessarily care for that. Also because I really like Hobo White. Hobo White's such a fun character. Because you don't get to see his inner thoughts, so you're just gonna see this guy who's just like a fucking genius. Being a sly genius, be like manipulating things behind, you know, the board legally to get, was it Gavin arrested? But I did still enjoy my time with this. Oh my god, they're all looking at us. Pose for the camera and then walk off again. Oh, guess not. The Great Ace Attorney Adventures. Ian. It's a cool picture. Yippee! Alrighty, we're done. We're done. I'm done. Alright. I'm gonna go and hold on, I'm gonna first off move myself over here. And I'm gonna shit, that's not who I wanna do that with. I'm gonna go back to here. Go to here. Yeah, this'll work. Okay. Yeah, that is our stream for today. And I'm gonna send you people here, we're still here, off. Say hi to Fleshy. Have some fun there. That is our last of the first Great Ace Attorney games. Next week we'll start the second game. I think we're doing 2 streams of it next week. I can't remember if that's the case or if it's the week after. Tomorrow we'll be playing some Phasmophobia with JSS, that Hanabi, and Vexy, and maybe other people. Actually, did I ever reach out to other people about that? I forgot. My mind's been jumbled with stuff. But, and then, yeah, we have that, and then on Thursday, I have another late stream at 7 p.m. for more Alan Wake, in lieu of the scary season. Friday, no stream. Saturday, I'm gonna do some catching up on Final Fantasy XIV because I have not played the last Alliance Fair that came out, and I need to catch up on leveling up my crafting jobs, and I need to catch up on my last gathering quests, and I need to catch up on doing all of my physical melee DPS. So that's gonna be a trip. And I need to do Hildebrand. I forgot about that. Anyway, that's my plan. Thank you for coming. Thank you for the raids from everyone. See you around, and bye.